to Devika. And we're going to cover data, AV, Guadalupe's AI gender topic, and AI for her and yours. Yeah. I think we are live, guys. Okay, so let me switch the view and pin Roxy in here. Where is Roxy? Roxy, we are starting the afternoon segment. Take it away. No, we don't hear you. You're on mute, Roxy.
I can talk to myself even though I'm on mute. So
That's
welcome
just like me. I can look at myself on the screen and talk for an hour.
welcome back to the opening for the afternoon session. And we want to set the stage for the afternoon speaker. Depend on who's standing, we will have them speaking first. But our
No,
topic for the
Deepika is starting.
I'm just kidding. I'm just checking to see you're awake. So we
Wide
have
awake.
following topic: data privacy and ethics, from data to foresight. And then AI doesn't have an agenda. My session will move to the end because we will close with it because there's secret you want to know. You want to stay healthy and young. And I have somebody help out with all the biocam stuff today too, so I'm excited. And then Sudha was talking about autonomous vehicle. She had a book coming up. We will share about that later. And Shamita Roy, she will talk about from assembly lines to learning system. And I'm will be so happy to.
Guadalupe's topic. Guadalupe.
Oh, where's that? I did talk about that. What a debate topic is there is AI does not have gender. I mentioned it early on. And we have HAI and Angel will continue with AI in trading. Am I missing anything, Sudha?
I think we're good, and we can always add more as people come in. I think
Okay.
we have our last speaker on AI for her from
AI for her. Yeah.
Angela Kim from Australia. It's literally, we started at 5 p.m. our time yesterday when it was, 8 o'clock in Philippines. We've been going all through the night into today, and we are going to finish with, I don't know if it's 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. I think it's 9 a.m. in Australia when at 4 o'clock. And that is actually like April 10th for them. So we're literally,
24 hours.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right. Ready?
Ready? We can pass it on to Deepika Sarkar.
Welcome.
So,
Hi.
Hi, Deepika. One thing I want to do to say about Deepika is Susanna introduced us. I'm very grateful for that. And Deepika Sarkar works on AI ethics in my team, and she makes sure that anything I do has has an AI ethics element, and especially she is very passionate about data ethics. That's what she's going to talk, I believe. So take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here in the afternoon session. For me here in New York, it's like 4:30, so I totally get like lunchtime for everyone who's in the West Coast or in that hour. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you guys this. Okay, so my presentation today is actually, it's not work of my own. It's a research paper that I came across that I thought was really interesting. So it's about AI ethics and data privacy. And just a little about me. I'm a software engineer. I'm an AI ethicist. I currently work for Sudha as a AI ethics program manager at the Business School of AI, and I research latest technologies within the large language model space. Yeah, I feel like my software engineering experience has really made me have a unique perspective regarding data and regarding the way AI is ethical around it. So, today I wanted to talk about this interesting paper. And before I do that, I just wanted to go over just general what data is. Data can be anything. Data can be numbers, words, observations, other useful information. In this case, pictures, text, audio. now that we've covered that, the paper I'm going to talk about today is called Data Privacy and Foundation Models. Can We Have Both? By Jennifer King and Tiffany Sade. And it is through Stanford University's Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence Lab. And their whole mission is, this is their mission statement. It's their vision for the future is led by commitment to studying, guiding, and developing human-centered AI technologies and applications. They believe AI should be collaborative, augmentative, and enhancing human productivity and quality of life, which I totally agree with. I mean, we know now that we're in this world where we've seen the good and the bad with AI, and sometimes it feels like the narrative around it can rightfully be super negative. But today, the paper I want to talk about, this paper here, is just a reminder that there are people, there are women in this industry that are doing their part to try and bring an ethical lens to the world of AI that we're in. So the question becomes, can we have both? The paper starts with this scenario. Imagine receiving a security alert from your bank. A fraudster cloned your voice and used it to bypass the bank's digital security measures and empties your bank account. The tool they used, a generative AI model trained on publicly available data, cloning your voice with an old YouTube video you'd forgotten was online, or considering prompting a chatbot to tell you what it knows about you and surfaces deeply personal information gleaned from pseudonymous posts that you made online. So this in the paper, they talk about how it underscores profound privacy challenges posed by foundation models. But what are foundation models? Foundation models are artificial intelligence models trained on vast, immense data sets that can fulfill a broad range of general tasks. They serve as the base or building blocks for crafting more specialized applications. So every single thing we're talking about regarding AI, they're trained on these data sets. They're trained, and these data sets, like, we don't really know where all of the data comes from. A lot of times they're scraping whatever data can be found on the internet, whether it's in places they should be looking or they shouldn't be. That's been a lot of the conversation around how a lot of these chatbots and a lot of these AI models have been able to get information. And one of the big conversations has been, how ethical is it? What are they doing to go about it? So these foundation models are completely dependent on data. And in the paper, they say the raw material upon which foundations are built is data, vast, unimaginable quantities and types of data. Some models are trained on a single data modality, text, audio, video, images. But increasingly, foundation models are trained on multiple or all modalities. So what's the issue? Developers are reluctant to disclose their sources of training data. It's challenging to understand the full scope of the sources that are included. To build large language models, the authors of this paper said, developers have already scraped so much English language data, including copyrighted data from publicly available sources that by some accounts, they've exhausted the available supply, inspiring developers to engage in creative, albeit legally risky strategies to acquire more. Some foundation models, developers, large platforms like Google, Meta, also utilize their own proprietary data, including their users' personal data, for model training, which is really scary when you think about it, because, I think about, I've had an Instagram and Facebook. I've had Facebook since 2000, God knows what. So since like the beginning. That's a lot of data for them to have on me. And although I'm comfortable with it, it's public data, it's still, there are things that I've probably posted pictures that I forgot about from 10 years ago, but it's still up there on the internet for people at Meta to scrape, and train their models based on. So now that we're actually starting to address it, It's becoming a thing where, like it says, developers are reluctant to disclose it. And that's where the issue starts to come about regarding the ethics of it all. So an example right here in the New York Times, there was a whole thing about how photos of your kids are powering surveillance technologies. Flickr images were sucked into a database, and that ended up being on a huge training database later for AI chatbots and artificial intelligence models in general, which when someone uploaded a photo of their child to Flickr, God knows how long ago, they were not thinking about it becoming training data later. Facial recognition systems do not come up with faces on their own. It's based on what, these things can provide. And that's one of the big things I always try to tell myself regarding AI, which is, we as humans, we can think of an image, think of a story, think of things because it's original to our humanity, original to our creativity. But all of the AI systems that we come across, that we interact with, even though it feels like human, that they're talking to you and they can answer you like you would want them to, you can tell them, hey, answer me this question in a cartoon character that I like, and they can act exactly on it. That's not coming from thin air. That's not coming from their, original memory. It's coming from memory it was trained on from human data that was provided to them. So as they go in the paper, while the presence of one's personal information training data does not guarantee that foundational models will generate output that reveals it, foundation models have been shown to disclose personally identifiable information and other sensitive personal information via their outputs. This example and many others like it illustrate how data repurposing for model training not only violates the original context in which the data was disclosed, but also individuals' ability to consent or not consent to using their personal information for a commercial profit, the authors say. So the ethical question being, who gets to make the decision for us about our identities in the digital world? A recent study co-authored by this brief's authors found that 6 US-based LLM developers all default to using customer chat data for model training, which is really scary to think about because I don't know about you guys, but there's been so many times where, I wasn't able to get Verizon to work out for me or something, and I'm on their chat system. I'm well aware I'm talking to an AI chatbot, but I'm not thinking about the fact that they're also going to use this chat later to train how to talk to me, how to talk to other customers. So there are aspects of it that is actually invisibly a part of our daily lives, which is what makes the ethical question of how much have we consented to. So what can be done? So there are 3 things this paper proposes. Reduce and remove personal data from the training data pipeline, increase transparency and interpretability, adopt privacy and security by design. So reduce and remove personal data from the training pipeline. So basically they're saying that policymakers need to enforce privacy protections that are in the upstream phases of AI development, most importantly, data collection and model training. By focusing on reducing and eliminating personal data from entering the model in the first place, these policymakers can defend the core privacy principles and minimize the output. Doing so will reduce the opportunities for privacy harms to individual downstreams, as well as reduce liabilities for the developers. So, just attacking it right before it even happens. They say that policymakers should introduce oversight measures that require developers to remove specific types of personal data included in public scrapes, even if the data isn't explicitly covered by data privacy statute. So meaning, just because there isn't a law in said country about their citizens' data shouldn't mean that it's a free-for-all for a developer to go in and scrape the data without any concern. In a way, a great way for people who are developing these models, it would be to look at a great way for them to look at it would be, let me just assume this data that from that place is private before I just go out of my way to scrape it and make it a part of my training set, even if it's going to be make my training data better, even if my intention for the model that I'm creating is not negative whatsoever. It's still, the approach should still be that data essentially is not mine to begin with. So I need to go through all of the hoops, as tedious as it may sound, but I need to go through all of the hoops to make sure that before I use it, I have permission first, which I mean, we frame it as, oh, it's so annoying, it's so long, it takes so long time, but I feel that at this point, with all of the mishaps that have happened with all of our data, essentially what we've talked about today so many times, data leaks, things like that, it wouldn't hurt up the profit of a company, it wouldn't hurt the morality of a company or people who are creating these to just take a second look. Number two, increased transparency and interpretability. For example, most users today are unaware that the data they provide to foundation developers may be viewed by human workers, typically outside of the US. There was a talk here today just about that. About the glasses and people who are using them and not being aware that someone is watching them. We've also recently learned regarding, those delivery robots that sometimes it's not just a robot moving around, it's a person in a different country working for way less than minimum wage managing it. We're not aware that a lot of the ways that they have presented the capability of AI and the capability of these robots that it's actually sometimes it comes back to being a human person. And once again, it's the invisible factor of it. We interact and we assume it's a robot, it's a computer, it's a centralized area that has nothing to do with another human that's taking care of it. But sometimes there is another human on the end. And so if there's going to be a human in the loop, we also need to be aware of it as the users. We should not just assume if a company says, hey, all of our stuff is encrypted, we should know that there's another person at the end of it. So they say in the paper, regulators must therefore enact data transparency policies that require disclosure of sources, training data, both external, scraped, or internal source data, including from user interactions with AI products. At a minimum, developers should be required to remove personal information and other sensitive personal data from training data and assess the impact of the personal information in the models on the inferences and outputs. Meaning, okay, great, you just came across something that has shown you too much personal information about someone. You've mitigated it, but you can't just assume that the model that you're working on also has moving forward. Oh, the patch is gone. In a way, it's like machine unlearning, so you have to go back and look at the data that you trained it with. You probably have to use a whole different data set, as tedious as it may be, because you are essentially risking it happening all over again. And last one that they mentioned a few others, but the last one I'm mentioning from the paper is adopt privacy and security by design. Privacy by design is another approach to minimize privacy risks and harms, that to incentivize foundation model developers to create a system architecture that inherently embraces privacy and data security protections in the system's design, from the technical architecture to the user face. Basically, it's like, I think of this, it's a fashion example, but the dress designer Bob Mackie used to make these beautiful dresses that were made of a silk that was unfortunately highly flammable. So they stopped using it. And basically, it should never, once you find out, hey, this is harmful, I'm going to stop using it because I don't want it to harm my customers. I don't want it to harm my designs. And that is moving, in a way, adopting security by design from the beginning before the dress is even made. Same way with adopting privacy by design here. You shouldn't have to wait for the house to be on fire. You should always have extinguishers in place if you can prevent it. So I shouldn't have to wait for my data to be leaked. I shouldn't have to wait for it to happen. And I mean, we've mentioned it today. So many people have gotten emails from, XYZ company that your data has been leaked. And maybe it's an email, maybe it's just a name, but the point is I trusted when I put my name and that email in to that company to keep it safe. And although we as users should always be aware, we also shouldn't have to be subjected to the level of carelessness that you can say that these organizations have had so far regarding our data. So it really comes back to taking 5 extra minutes. I mean, I know we're saying 5 minutes, but it takes longer, but taking 5 extra minutes to say, hey, okay, can we make sure that the data is secure before it hits the market, before another user puts everything in? Yeah, so it's kind of another way I would put it is I shouldn't have to wait to get the email to opt out. I should already be opted out. So a lot of times they're talking about a way to think of it as you should be asked to be opted in. So that's you as a user being asked to consent whether you want your information on there or not. And that is from their end, privacy by design. They're saying, I don't have your information right now, but would you like to give a little? So then we could work with it. So yeah, so the conclusion, I wanted to make sure that I have Jennifer King and Tiffany Sauthe's profiles up there because they're the ones who wrote this paper that I thought was really cool. And it's new, it's from 2026, which is even better. I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about taking up space today. So I thought instead of looking for things that I've also talked about, I wanted to bring light to people that inspire me, papers that inspire me to work on AI ethics. They say in their paper, these guardrails cannot feasibly account for the potentially infinite unknown outputs that in certain contexts may implicate privacy. Basically, you can never be 100% sure regarding our privacy on the internet. You can take all of the measures you take in your company to make sure the information is secure in a tight space, no one can touch it, and then someone comes out with something new that makes your information on the internet insecure again. So it's more about keeping it up to date. One of the things they spoke about was moving information from a centralized place to more of our localized devices, which goes into the topic of edge AI, which I've done some research on with Sudha Jamthe here. And that's another way, like, it's the risks and the factors of, okay, we've moved our information out from a centralized place to our localized devices for security. But that also means you have to update the software all the time or have to update it often to make sure the software that is in your local device is still secure, is still up to date. So it is not a one size fits all. It is not a fix that you can do overnight and just, put it away. It's like learning, right? It's like you are always going to learn something new. You're never done with information. I know that the conversation around AI gets taken over by all the negative things people do when they use it, but this paper I just wanted to highlight as a reminder that there are people who still believe in AI for good by putting forth ideas that make it safer and more efficient for all of us to use. Yeah, so I can share the paper in here. I've also given name of it earlier, but if you have anyone has any questions, happy to answer.
Since I work with Deepika, I was not sure whether I'm eligible to ask questions. But
You are totally allowed.
so from your experience, do you see, we discussed a lot about AI ethics in various dimensions all morning, right, from various different speakers. And Pam just presented the whole IoT in full scale. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
So do you see data privacy as the core? If you were to prioritize, okay, we want to make AI with IoT the way it is picking up everywhere to be ethical. If we leave behind the AI is going to be replacing a human and AI is going to become weapons or something like, that kind of situations aside, if we just think of it as IoT with AI is being used in industries, it's in cameras, it's in various things. Do you think data privacy is the core
Yeah.
issue
Yeah.
around
I think that's really what it is. It's
violations?
yeah. And it's kind of like it's an ongoing conversation, right? It's like me presenting about it is not enough. It's like a reminder that data privacy, AI ethics does not exist without data privacy. AI is fully dependent on our data. It is fully dependent on the information we give it. So information is at the core of it, the most important part, and that information needs to be private. That information needs to be secure. So we're in a sense, as we change and move on, we move from, okay, we went from talking about topics like web development to now we've moved into the world of AI and left other parts behind. Data has still traveled with us through all of these new frontiers that we come across. So that data privacy, if we don't have those core principles set in stone that, that essentially is all of our information, AI ethics doesn't exist without it. All of the regulations, all of the things we talked about today, at the core of it, if the data is not secure, then nothing is secure, and AI becomes something we just cannot trust ever. And that's not what this is, right? We live in a world where we have to coexist with it. So it's important that we coexist with something we can trust.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Okay, so me being in healthcare, right? PHI and HIPAA are huge
Right.
things.
Yeah.
And that's what scares me the most with AI entering the healthcare field, because I've learned through all my research and training that once you train something into the AI and it's baked into its weights, you can't get it back. It's
Yeah.
like when you make a cake and you put eggs into the cake and you bake it, you can't get those eggs back as yolk and egg whites,
Mhm.
And so your HIPAA data gets ingrained into that data pool, into that AI, that you can't return it. You can't get it back. And so it terrifies me to have these Chat GPT, Anthropic, these big, huge corporate conglomerates come into the healthcare field and think that, oh yeah, trust us, your data is safe.
Right.
No, I
Yeah.
don't trust you.
No, you know what? I totally get, and that's where the whole privacy by design thing has to come into play, right? You have to assume that at some point the data is going to leak. So how many guardrails can you put up before it can happen? And after a certain point, it's also okay, maybe we have to kind of go backwards on what we built. Maybe we have to keep putting out a different version of it. That I trained my AI health chatbot on all of this data. I just found out that it disclosed a million diseases to me from different patients that I should not know about. Okay, well then we probably need to start that data set from scratch. As much as that's why I mentioned the word tedious. It's framed in that tedious manner, but it's so we can continue to use it with like peace of mind, or else there's no point to all of this, or else we all move away to, okay, we have to find an alternative and we move backwards instead of moving forwards. So data privacy is, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to cheer you on this, as a software developer, you starting at the very, very strong start, that you understand privacy by design. Krishna Priya talked about that earlier, and I reminded her of her past role when she was
Yeah.
a part of my team, that, you know, what are the lessons that you can have when you a data engineering leader, right? So
Yeah.
at the core of the idea is when you store data, scrap, anonymize, and aggregate before any data analytics piece happen,
Mm-hmm.
gotta happen. The thing is, even the AI ChatGPT or Anthropic actually admit that there are behind the scene, not everyone actually doing that job, right? So if they do it as the principle of a data engineer, they scrub it before they populate it,
Mm-hmm.
and um, provide security and privacy at storage, you would
Yeah.
not have the problem we have then right now, where majority, you mentioned it, like, and Pam also mentioned that too. It's like once in a while you get a notice from whoever say, "Oops, I have data breach," and not only they able to capture our social security, birthday, and everything else, all those data supposed to be scrubbed when they store. So
Right. It shouldn't have
privacy
been there
as
in the first
storage,
place.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we need to have a movement for this.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I think
Yes.
it really comes back to how am I supposed to teach you or tell you to be ethical about AI if you don't understand the core of what it is that you're trying to be ethical about? It's like you want your model to say the right things, but it has all the wrong data. So how can it say what you want it to say? It's so a lot of it really comes down to before we can even tackle AI ethics, we have to tackle data privacy because it's never going to get ethical if we are never uh, critical about the data that's being used. And I think the conversation is slowly kind of starts to lose steam because we're so concerned about AI as it is and what it can do that we forget, like, hey, it actually started from somewhere. And where it started from, even if we move further away from it, it's still using exactly that, which is data. So, yeah, I'm really passionate. I think even as an engineer, I think that's really what it is. Like, I you learn the principles of engineering is like you understand where this piece of data goes from A to Z. And
yeah, as an engineer, I say instead of the word, even as an engineer, is more so as an engineer, you need to actually start with giving me the right data, I'm dealing with it the right way. That where it started from you, right?
yeah,
So teach people and do the right thing.
yeah. Yeah,
I
that's a
would add
perfect way.
one thing to that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I would add one that, and that would be framework.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
You're
Say that
breaking
again.
up, Marjorie, so you might want to go off camera and talk.
If you
No, we can't hear you properly.
pillars really should start, because if you
Marjorie, we can't hear you properly, so you might want to just repeat again what you were saying.
will it work now, or is it still
Yeah,
bad?
this is great. This is good.
Yeah,
This
it
is-
works.
Okay, I turned off the video and let my voice reset. Okay, so one thing that I would add to that, you said before you can scale it, you have to think of data privacy, right? And where that data is coming from. But what about if we take it one step backwards again to infrastructure? And so realize that transformers are trainable on the data that you give to it, right? So what if we rethink infrastructure before even training it? And so what if places like healthcare positions or even a company, if they want to own their own data but have the inference speed of an AI, then why not just train their own small AI themselves instead of going to Anthropic? I think that's where the biggest headache is.
Oh,
or
totally.
hiccup
I think it's
in
a financial
communication.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also it's the headache becomes a financial thing for a lot of companies. It's about what's cheaper, what's faster. It must be more expensive to train it on your own in-house. So they will outsource to a place like Anthropic. And I think it becomes harder in that way. And I mean, it goes back to the conversation of privacy by design, right? It's about those
Yeah.
design decisions in terms of infrastructure. Do we want to spend more in-house training the data that we know we've scrubbed and is secure, or do we want to, outsource it to another company that we can do it for 1/3 of what we would spend? And really, at that point, I would ask that company is, okay, well, what about the longevity of your company? Do you want to cut corners now to have to, have be in fire later, or do you want to take all the, precautions you can now so you can continue to grow in the future?
I think that's exactly where OpenAI and Anthropic are right now, is they cut a lot of corners in the beginning and now they're in those fires right now. That's my personal opinion as far as that
It's
goes.
all a learning process is like my takeaway.
Absolutely.
It's, behind AI, it's all humans. So it's always going to be a
Yep.
learning process.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
You are on mute, Deepika.
Yes, I know. I'm just.
Oh, sorry. Sudha, Roxy, take it away from here. Thank you, Marjorie. That was a great question.
Thank you. So that's a perfect segue to bring in Karina. I'm not even trying to keep the sequence like this, it just is flowing so beautifully today. So Karina is joining us from Peru. She's going to talk about AI in finance. And she has a PhD work on this topic. So take it away, Karina.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to that for the nomination and all your entire team for creating this space. I think it's very useful and meaningful to have environments like this where we in tech can interact and support each other and share ideas like now. So I will share my screen. Yes? Okay. Let's start. Second, please.
So now we are going to learn about AI in financial forecasting. And then later in the day, we have another finance and AI topic on algorithmic trading. So keep that in the back of your mind as you're listening to this.
Okay, thanks, Sudha. Yes, as I said, well, my name is Karina Roca Guapaya. I'm from Peru. I'm an economist and also a doctorate candidate, focused on how artificial intelligence can enhance financial decision making. Also, I have experience working in the banking sector for many years. Principally working closely with financial analysis and also leading strategic projects, including as well as a product owner in these projects. So in fact, this presentation is about my research that I've been developing in past year about the AI that is that in the financial decision making. Well, today with Wolf,
Did we lose her or is my internet?
I think we lost her.
Do you want me to jump and
Yeah, we can do that. We can do your session, Guadalupe, and then we can bring Karina back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, in order to avoid more delays, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
I'm seeing, yes.
Okay, but you cannot see me. Okay, let me try to open my camera. So let's see if, yes, it's working, right?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. Well, hello everyone, it's great to be here. I am Guadalupe Torres. I am director of at IPAN Mexico. Let me close here. Yes, okay. Today I want to talk about something simple but powerful. AI has no gender, but it reflects our biases. In the next minutes, I'll show you how this happens and how we can. So let's move. Before we start, a bit above me. Well, I spent almost 30 years of my career in different global companies in several leadership roles. I have also been a professor for over 20 years. Is where I met Sudha. Thank you, Sudha. And well, this talk, I recently completed my PhD on women in technology leadership. And this talk is based on that research, okay? Well, personally, my family is my biggest motivation. I have 3 children, and all of them choose engineering. And yes, my husband also is an engineer. So yes, it's a full engineering house, and conversions included at dinner. Okay, well, this talk is based, as mentioned, on my doctoral research. And the question, my hypothesis was so simple, but important. Do diversity policies and initiatives really increase the number of women in leadership positions? Well, after my investigation, my research, the answer is not enough, because real barriers are cultural, structural, and often invisible. That is where the real challenge is. While working in my research for my PhD, well, I realized something really important. AI has no gender, but the data we use does. So AI learns from that data. So it can replicate and even amplify biases, unfortunately. Yeah. So now let's do a quick exercise. When I said leaders in AI, who comes to your mind? Take a second and bring an image, a picture of someone that you think is a leader in AI. Think about it. Okay? Most of you probably might think of names like Sam Altman, Elon Musk, or other leaders from the big technology companies. But now let me ask you something different. Can you name global influential women in AI without searching in internet? Well, probably in United States, yes, but in Mexico and Latin America, believe me that when I made this question, the faces are like, who can be? This is not about lack of talent. This is about lack of visibility. And that matters, because what we see shapes what we believe is possible. Contrary to popular perception, at least in Latin America, that there are few people or few women in AI, well, there are many women leaders in AI. Every year, Time magazine picks the 100 most influential people in AI. And well, they group them in 4 different categories. The first category, leaders, the CEOs, the founders, the people with power and money. Second category is innovators, the builders, the ones creating the products and tools. Third one is thinkers, that is researchers, journalists, critics, the one asking hard questions, okay? And the last one is shapers, activists, policy makers, people changing the rules, okay? So women in these categories, in total, from the 100 ones, there are 27% of the total. Yes, they are women. That sounds good at first, but look closer. Women are more present in research and ethics, and less present in leadership roles. So this is not about presence. It's about where influence sits. One more thing. Compared to last year, women gained ground in leadership, but lost ground in shapers, the category where advocacy and ethics live. Progress is not always a straight line, okay? Moving on, okay. Let me show you 3 women shaping AI. Probably you have already heard about them. The first one is she helped building modern AI. At least in Latin America, she's not well known. Second one is Joy Bulaguini, that has exposed biases in AI systems. And the third one is Tinit Jebru, leading voice in AI ethics. Same message from the 3. AI is not just technology, it's about people. Today, only about 22% of AI professionals are women. And in research, even less. This matters because who builds AI shapes how it behaves. If most of the AI builders are similar profiles, we shouldn't be surprised. Outcomes. So if AI is supposed to be neutral, why do we keep seeing these patterns? Think about it. We said intelligence has no gender, and neither does science, technology, or AI. But when we look at reality, the story is so different. From early age, gaps already start to appear, and they continue through science, technology, and now AI. I'm going to show you more specific data in next slides, and you this is not what we think. Let's start with one of the most recognized awards in the world, the Nobel Prize. In more than 120 years of this prize, fewer than 7% of winners have been women. As you can see there. So this raises an interesting question, at least from my side and from others. Are there fewer women in science, or are fewer women being recognized? What do you think? Yeah, think about it. Now let's move to computing, the Turing Award. Since 1966, only 3 women have received this prize, just 3. The first one came after 40 years of this institutional prize. 40 years need to wait the first women for Now let's jump to leadership. Yeah. In 2025, women lead 55 of 500 Fortune companies. This is about 11%, It sounds like a good progress because in the past used to be 5%, but also means that most leadership roles are still held by men. And in technology, in the tech industry, the numbers are even lower. So this is not just about participation. It's about representation and decision-making roles. And representation matters because it influences how products are designed, built, and used. Let's go to the question that I already made. Are there fewer women in science or less recognition? Here, I want to bring two different ideas to explain that. It's more multifactorial, but these, I think, influence a lot. The first one is the Matilda effect. When women contributions are less visible or less recognized, and you saw in the previous example, in is, well, the rule of modesty. When self-promotion is often judged differently, depending on who does it. These patterns are not always obvious. There are many other factors and situations, but over the time, they shape visibility, recognition, and career growth. Okay, let's look at some behavioral patterns related to this. People don't always evaluate themselves the same way. Women and men are different. For example, some apply when they meet close to 100% of the when they are
I'm not able to hear Guadalupe.
no.
Now I can hear you again. You said 100 and then there was a blip. Can you repeat that last section again, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
And probably I need to close my camera. Do you think that can help? Let me stop my video. Okay, so I was saying that people don't always evaluate themselves in the same way. Some women, for example, apply to a job when they have close to 100% of requirements. Others applied at around 60% or 50% or less, yes? There are also differences in self-promotion and visibility. Over the time, these small differences shape who moves forward, and that is the reason that there are so many leaders only in the men's side and fewer in the female side. Let me move to the next slide. Well, what do these assistants have in common? I'm sure you already know. Most of them sound like women, but most leaders in technology are men. Why these assistants that have so many technology sound like women? Well, this is not random. Yeah, it reflects, and there is different studies, and UNESCO study showed that this is not random. It reflects how we design technology and the assumptions behind it. Yeah. So in some cases, the design and marketing decisions can unconsciously reflect and reinforce existing or previous biases and stereotypes. This is real. Now, let's look at some more real examples. AI is not biased by design, but it learns from data and human decisions. In some cases, this has to lead to unintended outcomes. For example, hiring systems that filter candidates in ways that we are not expecting. I am still there. I receive something strange here.
No, all good.
Okay. In other systems like recommendation, the algorithms reflect patterns in the data that they learn from. This shows how bias can enter in real systems, in AI systems. Okay, I ran a very simple test in a simple LLM in ChatGPT Cloud. I asked to generate images without specifying gender. You can see here. I asked for a secretary image and it generated a woman. And it generated a man. I continued with the test because I was really surprised, and my daughter was close to me and said, no, you are doing something wrong. So I said, give me an image of an engineer. And you know what appeared, right? A man. I asked for a CEO. Again, a man. This pattern reflects common associations in data is trained these LLMs. More examples. CTO. What do you think appears? A man, of course. When I said housekeeping person, you know, a woman. It's unbelievable, but AI is not deciding this on purpose, of course not. It's learning patterns from the data. So we need to fix that. AI will impact jobs differently. Some roles are more exposed than others, and not everyone has the same access to technology. This creates an uneven impact. The key question here is, are we preparing people, women, new generations, new people, younger people for this shift, or we are just reacting too late? What we can do today? And this my recommendation for everyone, yes? So start small. Use AI tools. We need to be close. We are women and we have nephews, and we have anyone close to us that are women. We need to close them to AI tools. Share what you have learned. Share your knowledge, your skills. Make talent visible. Small actions, but we can scale with that. Okay, AI shapes the world. I know. And what we build reflects who builds it. AI has no gender, but we do, and that matters. Well, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the time. If you like to continue with this conversation, I have plenty of more research, and I have been doing some more research about that. My initial research started in one way, but in the way I realized I learned other things. So feel free to connect with me, and remember always, AI has no gender, but we do. Thank you. Let me open my camera in case of any comment.
Thank you so much. I actually found a bunch of AI ethics women that I'm following from Mexico specifically. So I put that on the chat. I've also put it in the live stream, tagging them so people can see them. But you're right that even Joy, Violomini, and others, contemporary people have to work doubly hard. So I see you gave some short-term and long-term solution. What do you think we can do individually to kind of change the game? Not just take up space and take care of ourselves, but as women, what are the things we can do? Like what Roxy and I are doing, we are saying, okay, all women speakers, we work hard once a year and bring speakers who are brilliant to show. We don't need to sell this, right? We just put this out and people come and see it, learn from you guys, and it's brilliant. So what can we do? Is there anything we individually can do to overall help change the needle on this?
sorry. I have in connectivity issues.
Yeah, you might
Can
want to
you-
stop sharing, just speak up.
Yeah, okay. So the question was what we can do, I think. Some actions, yes. Well, we need to be close to gears, because this starts in early ages at the elementary school. Gears think that they are not good at mathematics. They go to another fields. Why? I don't know. Probably the modesty, probably the competency. More men are more competitive because they play soccer, football, and they are competitive. We are different, so we need to be
Sorry,
close.
Guadalupe. I was shocked because I came from India where we did not have, less girls in the school from where I came from. It's there in India big time, right? But from where I grew up in a city and I went to college, the girls were the toppers. Girls used to study hard. And then I went to engineering. This was so long ago. I didn't know that because tech industry was very much in infancy at that time, right? And then as I was in tech industry, I could see the numbers go down. So for me, the shock was in US, I thought it didn't happen. I actually thought there was no patriarchy outside of where I grew. I was wrong. So I was shocked that girls gravitate towards less tech, uh, almost like by middle school. And then I used to volunteer in the local middle school and run programs. And there was a girls who code program done by somebody else, and I used to volunteer and run that. I used to teach classes for kids, just like robotics and stuff, fun things so that they could learn, get interested in tech. It is not that guys are competitive. Boys and girls, when they're growing up at a much younger age, are not any different. And there are girls who are in sports and super competitive too. But I think there is something, if like I'm running this event, right, which is like a whole all women event, there is a certain attitude of just, being respectful of each other and not stepping on each other, showing we are smarter than the other. When I say, oh, Pam spoke this and, Padmini spoke that, Pam is not going to say, oh, somebody else spoke that. Is she better than me? She is like, oh, I missed that one. Can I see that? How I can build on that work? So I think there is something I find even in a younger age that girls are taught. I think it is taught behavior. I don't think as babies we grew up and try to be more compassionate than the boys. There is something systemic in society that does that. And the other observation I had is at a certain age, when girls don't see people like them doing that kind of job, then they don't think, like what you said, the internet, you search and say astronaut, you search for a tech leader, and if it shows a bunch of guys, I was thinking about this, talking to somebody from outside our industry, that when like when the computer industry picked up, Bill Gates, white guy who was young at that time, was the one prominent and made his billion in 1990, I think. And it was a big deal. So that must have motivated a lot of people, because Zuckerberg used to quote Bill Gates as his role model, saying
Right.
when he built whatever, right, where at Facebook at some point, he had somebody to look up to and he wanted to be that person. So I think it's kind of a selection bias. It becomes a fulfilling prophecy that they start finding other people they could morph into, and they start doing that. So one of our motivation here is each one of us who's speaking here is taking up space, is creating a role model for somebody who says, oh, I could do that, I could be like that. There were a lot of women here. I didn't go through the selection thinking that way, because we just wanted smart women who have passion, who are taking up space, who have something to say from different regions. But there are at least 3 people I heard that have shared their PhD research, and they're doing their PhD. And so somebody who would be watching that saying, I could do that. And I'm looking at you because I knew you when you were teaching. And then you are a leader in the industry, and then you could still have left it at that, but you're coming back and doing this research and sharing, and trying to solve for it. So I think that's important. Yes, Pam.
Yeah, I just wanted to address implicit and explicit bias, right? So I just love what Karina is presenting, and it's got me thinking when you're working with the AI model, there's explicit bias where somebody programmed it that way. The data set itself is corrupted. They've included their own interpretation of things. And then you have implicit where it's reaching back into our history on the internet and everything from slavery, everything from, everything that is out there and pulling it into the present and using and adding that into its knowledge base, which then makes it even more difficult to overcome things that we already overcame. And going into the future, now we have to think about all of this data. Marjorie talked about weights on that used to like for the neural networks, right? So you can adjust that, right? But once the knowledge base is in the AI, then it becomes more difficult to separate that as we go into AGI and ASI.
So I remember that's a very good point that, existing, if the AI is learning from the internet, it's already bringing the implicit bias that is already there in the material it is trained on. A few years back, we had this that Amazon had a hiring system and it never picked a single women candidate. And then somebody found that, and then they said, oh, why is it happening? And then they found that they had just put all men as their candidates in the training model, and so every woman was rejected. And then there were people who were arguing, saying, hey, look at the people we selected, and it ran for 2 years before selecting any women for interview. And so then they said, but the people we selected turned out to be great, and look at them, how successful they were in industry, in our company. And that was so preposterous. There must have been even more talented women who didn't even get an interview chance. And then I was thinking, if this person is a colleague and is sitting and running an interview tomorrow, when one eligible woman comes for interview, what kind of experience and fairness is she going to face? Because he's going to find something to pick on her to reject her, because he has his own bias. And obviously most of them would think they're not biased, right? So I think we've come some way to make this a conversation. It's understood, right? I love how Guadalupe gave the stats on this, but even if we didn't give the stats, it's understood that AI is biased. And especially International Women's Day, there's a whole bunch of posts that comes from women everywhere sharing, this women found this women found that, and this is what it is, and so many different categories of work. So I think there's something more historic about how women were erased from history, women were not credited in our textbooks. And there's a lot of different people doing different things. So the question I asked you, Guadalupe, of what we should do, I think it's very personal for each of us. You're doing a study, you're talking about it. There are women who are organizing. There's women in AI, women in machine learning, women in data science, and different groups, girls who code. There are my personal observation, and I'm also one of those organizing women, right? This is like pet project for me. This is not work for me or Roxy. We and all my team, we come in because we are passionate about this. So I think each of us should take responsibility, that taking up space is, nobody's going to give space and call us in. Maybe some people would, but we don't need to wait for them. So when we put this nomination out the very first year, we called it he for she. And then some women said, why am I waiting for a guy to nominate me? I was like, good point. And so then we do a self-nomination. This year, we had a bunch of guys who came on their own and nominated women. And they basically said, oh, but I have no way to nominate. It says, just the same name of the women. I said, pass this link to the women you want to nominate, ask them to fill this form. And one of the things we go through when this happens is a lot of women drop off. The point that Guadalupe said, that self-police that women do and say, I'm not the top in my game, I'm not quite eligible to do that. And we also don't just look for people who are already speakers, people who are already leaders, who are visible, who are taking up space and say, come speak at this. This is not just a conference to showcase women. And so we go find those people. If they're shy, I kind of spend a lot of time. Why are they shy? Why are they not doing this? And, so I think each of us should do this in our own way. I mean, I have that social capital. You might do it differently. You might be this research person and you go publish research. So based on, we all have brains, we all have initiative, and we have drive. And if we have the intent to support this to, make women less invisible and take up space, I just think we should take up so much space that, it should switch the bias on the internet. Roxy,
I totally agree with you. Role models are missing. So we need to have more role models, because it's so important in every space. Yeah, in family, at the job place, at any single opportunity, you need to be role model for others, like you are doing, and this women group are doing.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think I do want to add what Sudha mentioned. One thing I appreciated of Sudha when we first met is we share the light with other women, right? So one of the thing I share with folks in the speaking world, when we have a mic, this is our chance to share to another woman, bring them up and share that mic, that light with another person. That's nothing better than that, because we will have people ask us who are an expert in ABC. And so, oh, I know Krishna. Yes, should I do it by example, right? So Pam, who are the next person you bring to our event next year? We were thinking about doing it live. Imagine we have all the energy doing on Zoom right now, and we live. That gonna be explosive, right? But
Roxy, we are here in the Americas panel with Latin America and leading up to Australia and stuff. And we had the Asia panel, which was live. Like previously, we were doing recording on all the different segments, doing live because we were running the live. Then I said, oh, can we find somebody who will run with that? And then we found somebody for Asia. So we had that. And Africa can run their own conference. Because there's like so many women from Ghana, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. It was such brilliant quality of work. I feel so bad that it was at 1 a.m. And if I was not doing the live here, I would have stayed up at night and watched that, And it's only fair.
One of us sleep, the other person awake, to speak.
We've tried so many versions of this, Roxy. That should be the next one. So I actually think my vision of this is everybody I've interacted with, especially for International Women's Day, I do a tiny version of this individually, just me. I don't even engage my team as much, though my team comes in to make me sleep or be less crazy and offering to help. I just say, give me 2 minutes video explaining anything that's your work passion. And I call it women's planning. Instead of mansplaining, this is invited and you're an expert and you know what you're talking. And I just collect and I keep building that up. I have a playlist on YouTube and I showcase that. I kind of use that as a precursor. And if women are like brilliant and have like amazing topic, like Angel Adhikari, who's going to come later this afternoon, she gave me a 2-minute talk. I was like, this is great. I need to bring her for IoTDay. And we have like speakers like you who can, so my thing is who can bring other speakers for next year. But I also think we could bring local leadership, right? We could have somebody from Africa take the charge and run with it. We could have somebody in different regions, right? If just calling it Africa is too big, calling Asia, I could not even do. Last year, we had a person only Southeast Asia. So we just called it Southeast Asia panel. We had a Europe panel, but this year we did not have enough people from Europe. So we didn't have that. So I'm just thinking we could branch off and run local events, coordinate with each other, Zoom into the other sessions or do something like that, right? I'm just thinking more crazy.
Yeah. The thing is, Sudha, I think one thing we don't have to do it alone. That's one thing Sudha and I learned doing this is you just need one person say yes, and then we can all come in and help, because there's so many wonderful women around the world that we have met and have been with us for many years, and they are all great coach,
Yep.
mentor, and there's so much, right? So just say yes, and we take your name down, and then you can run the show. Okay, should we get back to our?
So before we close, I just saw a couple more people coming in. Sarmisha is just talking about wrapping up this session, that AI doesn't have gender. It is more the bias in its data that Guadalupe Torres shared from Mexico as her research. And we just like started talking about gender and taking up space and what are we each doing. If you want to jump in, if you're comfortable to comment before your session, you are actually running a women group in Ford, right?
Yeah. I was basically the global co-lead for Women of Ford Global. Yeah.
Yeah,
So go ahead. Yeah.
no, I find that every company has somebody like you who's
Yes,
basically,
yes. Yeah, so it's part of one of the biggest employee resource groups within Ford, and there's thousands of women all across every region, Africa and North America, Mexico, India, and it's wonderful to see all the bright minds, technical talent, non-technical business women also supporting one another. And it's a great community to be a part of. I love doing and being a part of that group for sure.
Thank you so much. No, we just wanted to wrap up this
Yeah.
conversation. How we are, so my take is, whatever we do, whatever we have energy for, that's natural for us, we should do that. So if I like organizing, and we are talking about, this is our 9th year, and the 10th year, maybe we will have
Wow.
leaders from various different dimensions, right? It could be regional. I like the global aspect of it, so I just don't
Yeah.
want to break it into just regions, but we'll see. So thank you so much. Thank you, Guadalupe. You had this last year and you just like set us on fire. You're back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
So I appreciate that. Karina had some technical difficulty and had to drop off. Karina, do you think your session, you will be able to do that now, or should we let Sharmishta go? No, Sharmishta is coming at 3, right? So Sharmishta, you have time to stay on till 3, correct? Like if
Yeah.
you, okay, then we should bring Karina back, give her her
Okay.
spot. And we remove everyone else from the pin. Thank you so much, Guadalupe. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to switch back to Karina. You should take it away. Thank you for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sudha. Yes, I lost a connection. I don't know why. So, okay, I'm going to share my screen again.
Let me make sure that you have host permission to share. Yes, you do. Yeah, we good. Yeah. I'm going to put that on the live stream back, that you're back. Yeah, you should take it up.
Okay. So let's continue. What I was saying is that both with my research about AI and financial forecasting, my experience, I've observed a common challenge across organizations. Today, organizations have more data than ever before, but not necessarily better decisions. And this challenge is not just limited to one economic sector. I know that organizations across industry, including banking sector, retail, agriculture, commerce, transportation, and many others, face the same issue. So, well, we have dashboards, KPIs, historical reports, market intelligence, but uncertainty is still there, and leaders still need to decide how, for example, how to allocate resources, how to manage risks, how to anticipate future scenarios. So here the key question is, how can we make better decisions in uncertain environments using AI? And I will explain the answer with a clear journey here. Is from data, then to the models, to forecasting, and finally, to decision making. In the next slide, I will explain the basic of this process of forecasting. Okay, here we are. First of all, what is forecasting? Forecasting is the process of estimating future outcomes based on historical data, models, and also assumptions. Forecasting gives us an idea of future, but not certainty. And this is important because forecasting is not about predicting the future in a perfect way. It's about reducing uncertainty and improving decision making. So in financial environments, forecasting support decisions, for example, revenue projections, cost estimation, credit risk assessments, demand planning, and many others. So now here, there is something critical. More data does not necessarily mean better decisions. Why? Because decisions depend not only on data, but on how that data is used, is interpreted, and is structured. This takes us to the next key element of this process of forecasting, that is models. Okay, so what is a model? A model is a simplified representation of reality. It helps us to understand how variables interact each other. For example, how inflation affects costs, how demand impacts revenue, and how interest rates affect, for example, credit behavior. So models help us organize complexity, test scenarios and assumptions, but they also have a limit. A model is not reality. They are approximation. So models depend on assumptions. Also, I know the quality very important and design decisions. So a good model is not necessarily the most complex one, but the one that is very useful for decision making. And that takes us to one of the most important parts of this full chain of forecasting, assumptions. Well, I know that everything starts with assumptions. In fact, forecasting is as strong as assumptions behind it. These assumptions, for example, may include inflation, GDP growth, interest rates, demand projections, and many others. Assumptions shape how the model behaves. Example, if assumptions are weak, so results can be leading. If assumptions are strong, forecasts become valuable. Also, traditionally, building assumptions require hard manual work, including, for example, reading a lot of reports, collecting data, comparing multiple sources. And this is where AI begins to play a key role. So now let's see how AI supports this stage in the next slide. Okay, we are in the slide. Yes, you can. Yes. This is the next stage of forecasting, data collection. First, AI improves how we collect information and also how we structure information. For example, AI tools like Perplexity can help to gather information from public sources and also synthesize it quite quickly. And very useful, for example, for analysts who want to review the market projections, inflation expectation, the competitor information, and other relevant information. So instead of manually reviewing thousands of sources one by one, AI can provide a more structured starting point. Tools like ChatGPT or maybe Gemini can also help refine assumptions, compare alternative scenarios, and organize the logic of the model. That is very important. Also, AI helps answer questions like, for example, what variables are missing, what scenarios should consider, what external signals matter. So professionals move from manual data collection to more strategic analysis. That is where real value is created. The important point here is not the name of the AI tool itself. The important point here is the role AI plays. It helps professionals move from manual collection to analysis, interpretation, and strategic thinking. So at this stage of data collection, AI acts as an accelerator for reason and assumption building. It helps organizations reach better quality inputs faster, and better inputs lead to better forecasts. So once we have the inputs, the next step of this process is building the model. So let's start in the next slide, this stage of building the model. Well, when we build a model, we need to define the logic. Also, well, but why we have to define the logic? Because we need to connect inputs to outputs. And in many cases, we also define an objective and a set of constraints. For example, this may be to maximize profit, to optimize a financial outcome, or reduce expected losses. On the other hand, constraints may include budget limitations, for example, operational capacity or regulatory conditions. So AI can support all this process in a very practical way. Platforms such as DeepNote or Google Colab can help teams work in coding environments, especially in Python, I know, where they can test models, visualize results, and iterate more quickly. Tools like Copilot, for example, can also accelerate coding, building logic, scripts, and model structure. This does not eliminate the need for technical understanding, but it does reduce friction and increase productivity. And it makes the process of building, testing, improving models faster and more accessible. So here, AI contributes not only to forecasting outcomes, but also to the productivity of the model development process itself. However, before running any model, there is a critical step here, the data preparation. And I will explain this part in the next slide. Okay, in this step of data preparation, I know that is one of the most important and often most underestimated steps in forecasting. A model may look sophisticated, but if the underlying data is incomplete, duplicated, inconsistent, or affected by outliers, the output may not be reliable. So AI can add significant value here. It can help identify and duplicates, detect outliers, handle missing values, and normalize data sets also. This improves consistency and helps create a strong foundation for the forecast. Also, tools like Alteryx are especially used when organizations want to combine data preparation with analytics in an integrated workflow. So tools of generative AI can also support pre-processing logic, suggesting Python-based cleaning approaches, and accelerate the technical tasks. What used to require many hours and days of manual work can now be accelerated significantly with AI. And this matters because better data improves more the models, better models improve forecasts, and better forecasts improve decisions. So while this state may sound technical, strategically, it is very fundamental. So in conclusion, good decisions require not just more data, but cleaner, more reliable, better structured data. Then, once the data is ready, with the state of data preparation finished, we have to move to extracting insights. I will explain this stage of advanced analytics. First saying that artificial intelligence becomes especially powerful when moving beyond cleaning data and into extracting insight. At this stage, organizations are not only asking whether the data is correct, they are asking what the data means. AI can identify seasonality, requiring cycles, shift in demand, relationship between internal performance, and many other external indicators. For example, a company may discover that sales are not driven only by internal execution, but also by variables such as consumer confidence, that is very important for sales, industrial productions, and economic growth also. Tools like RapidMiner and ABN Watson allow organizations to explore these relationships in a more structured way and work with more advanced analytic logic. At the same time, platforms like Data Robot or, for example, H2O AI can compare models and help identify which variables have the greatest predictive contribution. This allows organizations to move from descriptive analysis, understanding what happened, to predictive insight, understanding what may happen next. And this is very important, Jeff, because forecasting is not only about projecting trends forward, it's about understanding what signals matter, what variables interact, and what those relationships imply for future decisions. So at this stage, AI helps organizations not only process information, but generate more meaningful and actionable insights from it. So in more advanced cases, forecasting becomes more dynamic. Now, in the next slide, here I elaborate a little chart to summarize each stage of this process of forecasting and which key AI tools you can use to improve the process of forecasting and what is the value that it gives. For example, first, we start with data collections. You can use ChatGPT, that is very common, Perplexity as well, to accelerate the research, structure the inputs. Then we have Gemini to construct the assumptions and generate scenarios also, and test the scenarios as well. Then the most common in Python in data preparation to clean data, reduce or remove data duplicated as well. And this node also is very known here in the model building to accelerate the coding tasks, all the experimentation in this stage. Data Robot also is a AI tool for advanced forecasting and advanced analytics that compares models, assumptions also, so you can choose the most accurate model for your investigation. And finally, IBM Watson RapidMiner to detect patterns and relationships. So AI is just not a tool, used in one isolated step, it enhances the entire journey from data to decision. Before to finish my presentation, I add this slide because I think it's very important to talk about ethical AI in the financial environments. First, because AI can be extremely useful, but it is not infallible. First, AI models depend heavily on data quality. If data is complete, weak, or inconsistent, the output will also be weak. Second, because AI may miss context. A model may detect patterns from historical information, but may fail to account for strategic changes, pricing decisions, regulatory shifts that are not visible in the data. Third, bias is a serious concern here in this process because its historical data contains patterns the model may be replicate or even amplify them. In financial environments, I know that this is especially relieving because forecasts can influence lending decision, and that is very critical. Also can influence investment allocations, risk evaluations, and strategic priorities. That is why several principles are essential here in ethical AI. Human validation remains critical. Ethical oversight must be present always. Transparency matters because leaders need to understand how outputs are generated, and the data privacy must always be protected, particularly when working with financial information. Finally, well, AI should support decisions, yes, but it should never replace human responsibility. That is one of the most important conclusions that I can give in the responsible use of AI for forecasting. And just for closing this presentation, now let's go back again to the initial question. How can we make better decisions using AI? The answer is not relying on AI blindly, but using it to improve every stage of the process, from data to models to forecasting and to decisions. Because AI enhances the process, but the real value lies in making better decisions. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
I have a question. Do you want to stop sharing so we can see you?
Okay, I will.
So the last few slides you said about the ethical implication and how we need to have the human in the loop oversight. But then you gave a list of tools you were using. You had said that data collection is with ChatGPT. So are you collecting data from the internet? Then how can you actually manage the bias and the human in the loop aspect of that? If you want, you can share the slide back. I'm a teacher. I go back to in particular.
Yes, I know. Sudha. Okay, yes, that's an important point, Sudha. Thank you for that. Yes, you can use ChatGPT, but also other tools like Perplexity. But I was saying is that, yes, AI tools can improve the speed of the tasks, but never replace the human validation. Yes, ChatGPT can give me some ideas about variables, assumptions, but it's my responsibility to validate, use my understanding, human understanding, my knowledge, financial knowledge to decide the variable that are connected to the model with criteria. Yes, it's very important here. Not just believe blindly to ChatGPT.
So you used a Perplexity or ChatGPT to kind of, query and get you like a starting point of data, and then you build on it, and you have the human oversight to kind of poke around and say, oh, this looks biased, I'm not keeping this, or or changing the data. Is that what you do?
Yes. Also, Sudha, I was thinking that in this process of forecasting, there is a step that sometimes is removed, but it's very important. That is back testing, because you can yes, you can compare the outcomes of your model with real results.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, before to make decision, strategy decision with your model, you should make a back testing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I had actually tagged you, one of my students, Carolina Guzman, who works on making AI models more inclusive for Latin America. She was my student at Barcelona Technology School, went to Stanford for her MBA, but her calling is to make sure the data sets that lead to the financial models are, they work for Latin America. So there might be something you guys can connect. I did connect you on LinkedIn, but thank you for this. I appreciate this. So next we are going to switch gears to the final set of topics. We have been here. I'm going to bring Sharmishta back. Sharmishta in here. Thank you so much, Karina. Okay. Okay. First, I'm going to make you co-host, Sharmishta.
Thank you to you.
Thank you, Karina. And welcome, Shamita. Thank you for joining
Hi,
us.
Roxy. Hey, Sudha. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I think I'll get
We
started.
should do the introduction, yeah? Sudha, I'm gonna introduce.
Yes. Oh,
Sudha.
Sharmishta, I insisted that Roxy do your intro
Yeah, okay, cool.
because you guys were supposed to connect at some
Yes,
point
and it
last
never
year.
worked out, but I've been wanting to talk to Roxy for the longest time.
No
Okay.
worries. So
So I
it
was
is
like, you
my
have to talk to her. Yeah, you have to talk about her. You can talk to her.
yeah.
Yes.
It is my pleasure to introduce Shamita Roy to our panel, not to as a speaker for today. She is the She is the director of software and data engineering at Ford Motor Company. It's getting there, where she leads the global delivery of real-time plant floor data products to drive AI enablement and streamline manufacturing digitalization. I can't talk right now. She is an award-winning technology leader. She has a history of spreading enterprise-wide operational transformation and delivers significant cost saving and efficiency gains. The title for her speech today is From Assembly Lines to Learning Systems: How AI is Transforming Automotive Manufacturing. It is my favorite topic right now. I just want to let you know. You can cut this out, Sudha. I have a camper van and I did a lot of research. Ford is it. I got a Ford Transit 350 HD all-wheel drive, and that take me everywhere in the country. So I want to learn more about AI and how you actually make the new model even better. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Roxy. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm so glad, first of all, thank you to Sudha and Roxy for making me a part of this IoT Day. A wonderful panel of speakers you guys have put together, just empowerment of women and women in tech. I'm just so glad to be a part of this. So thank you. So today I'm going to talk about my topic, which is from assembly lines to learning systems, how AI is transforming the world of automotive manufacturing. I am the director of software and data engineering at Ford. And very interestingly enough, my work sits at the intersection of vehicles, data platforms, and very interestingly, of course, being in Ford, manufacturing. So I want to start this whole conversation with a simple idea. Manufacturing is no longer just about building vehicles. It's more so about building systems that learn. Think about it for a moment. For over a century, automotive manufacturing has been optimized for precision, repeatability, and scale. What you're basically doing is you design a process, you lock it down, and then you minimize the variation. But how is it changing today? AI is fundamentally changing the model that exists. What we are doing is we are moving from very deterministic assembly lines to adaptive learning systems. So how is this shift coming in place, and how is all of this coming together? Traditionally, OEMs and legacy car companies, manufacturing systems were built on a very fixed logic. It's a simple concept. If something goes wrong, you detect it after the fact through quality checks, put your car in a repair bay, let it sit there, have a human check it, do inspections, or the worst, through customer feedback. But with AI and modern data platforms, what are we doing? We are basically shifting to something very, very different. What we are doing is systems that are predicting issues even before that they are happening. In simple terms, predictive analytics. We are building systems that are basically adapting in real time. And we are building systems that are continuously improving themselves. So this shift is being driven moreover by three forces. So let me dive deep into all three of them. So the first one is what we are seeing in across all of manufacturing is the explosion of sensor data across all factory floors. We hear of numerous use cases where people are using iPhones and cameras of different brands, and they are using the sensor data across the plant floor to detect issues in real time. The second that we hear a lot about these days is the advancement that's been made in edge and cloud computing. Cloud computing has now been across the industry for numerous years now. What is more recent is what we are hearing a lot more is processing on the edge, and I'll dive deeper into it a little bit later. The third thing, which is crucially and essentially driving the shift in our industry, is the most important one, which is that AI models today are able to interpret complex real world signals, which is essentially changing the game. So, how are things shifting and how are things different in today's day and age? Essentially, instead of asking, did we build a vehicle correctly or did we build this product correctly? We are now asking a very important question. How do we ensure we never build it wrong in the first place, right? It's a very different shift in the mindset of human beings that's coming to place with whatever is happening in the tech world right now. So the next thing that I want to dive into is the edge processing that I talked about. Everything needs to happen on the edge. The models are getting built on the edge. It is the day and age of edge AI. Every single millisecond matters. One of the most important architectural decisions we make is essentially what happens on the edge and what happens on the cloud. In manufacturing, latency, which means the time that it takes for a single packet of data to come from your factory floor to the edge and all the way to the cloud, it's not just a performance issue. It can basically turn into a quality and a safety issue. Let me give you a very simple example. On a production line, we have a vision system inspecting a well, or maybe we have a robot that's placing a component, or maybe we have a worker that's interacting with a machine. what do you think the latency for all of these systems should be? The decision for all of these needs to literally happen in milliseconds. We cannot wait to send that data to the cloud, wait for a response, and then act. So what are we doing essentially? We are essentially embedding AI directly at the edge. Computer vision models, which are running on local devices, or be it real-time anomaly detection on sensor streams, or be it an immediate feedback loop that is built into a robotic system. All of this is putting AI models on the edge. And what is this letting us do? This is essentially allowing us to detect defects instantly. It is helping us prevent errors instead of catching them after the fact. And it is ensuring a consistent quality at scale. So are the days of cloud gone? The big providers, AWS, Google, are they all done? Not really. The cloud is still playing a very critical role, but very differently. What are we using the cloud for right now? So the cloud is where we are essentially training the models. We are aggregating all of the insights across from the plant floor, the data that we are continuously collecting. And we are using the cloud to continuously improve on our algorithms. So the model is essentially becoming that we need to do real-time decisioning at the edge and a continuous learning in the cloud. Simple as that. So the next thing that I want to dive deep into is how do we move from data to intelligence? Data is essentially the strongest foundation in the world of AI and ML. We all have been talking about AI analytics, but what is the base and the foundation? It's nothing but your data. Manufacturing environments today are incredibly complex. We have legacy OT systems, we have modern IoT sensors, we have robotic platforms, we have large-scale enterprise systems. And historically, all of these systems have been very siloed. What we are essentially building now is a very unified data backbone, and that is founding the core foundation of our data. We are really focusing on streaming data pipelines from factory floor all the way to the cloud in order to enable those edge case latency use cases. We are standardizing the data models all across our plants and the platforms that make this data usable for the AI use cases that everyone keeps talking about. But that is not the key of the transformation. The real transformation is not just collecting the data. It is basically creating a closed loop learning system. So what does this word mean? What does a closed loop learning system mean? It essentially means that couple of things. It means data from your manufacturing informs your AI models. The models that you're building is essentially improving your production process. And the vehicles that you're putting on the road are every second generating operational data from the consumer. And this entire consumer data is essentially fed back into the design and manufacturing all the way again, making it a very closed feedback loop. So what are we doing? We are basically connecting the four dots. We are connecting the factory to the vehicle to the consumer, and the consumer all the way back to the factory. So this is our key closed loop learning system. And the loop is where the real value lies, because in today's day and age, manufacturing is not just about producing vehicles. It's about learning from how those vehicles are performing in the real world. Your data is your key. And if you're not learning from your data, you're not doing right by your customer. The next thing that I want to talk about is how do we connect AI, humans, and robotics? The most talked about question in today's day and age in the world of AI is, guess what? Will AI replace people? Will AI replace people in manufacturing? Will AI take my job? And in reality, that is not the case. What we are seeing is basically augmentation and not a replacement. AI is helping operators at the plant floor make better decisions, whereas robots are being used to handle very repetitive and mundane or high-risk tasks. Safety is the biggest feature in a manufacturing plant floor. We can use robots to handle those kind of situations. And humans, in turn, can focus on judgment, problem solving, and oversight. We're also seeing a huge rise of AGVs and AMRs. We're seeing a huge rise of collaborative robots called cobots, which are working alongside humans, and AI systems that are coordinating all of these interactions. But all of this is actually introducing a brand new challenge, and that is the challenge of orchestration. How would you coordinate humans, machines, and AI systems all in the real world and in real time? So that is where software engineering is becoming very crucial and critical. We are no longer just programming machines. What we are doing is we are designing intelligent ecosystems. In closing, I want to talk about the challenges that the digital transformation and AI is getting to us. Transformation is not easy. There are real-world challenges. We have lots of legacy systems that were never designed for data sharing. We have cybersecurity risks as factories and data is becoming more and more connected. We have data quality and standardization issues. And the biggest issue is, which Sudha is an expert of, being an educator and a technology futurist, is we really need to upskill. We need to upskill the people. We need to upskill the workforce. Cybersecurity, in particular, is a really big focus. As we connect factory systems, vehicles, and cloud platforms, we have to assume every single node is a potential attack surface. So what do? We design with zero trust principles. We design with strong identity and access control management systems. And we ensure that there is a strict separation between critical systems. Because trust is foundational, not just in a vehicle, but how we build it. I'm going to close with this. For decades, manufacturing excellence was defined by efficiency and scale. But in future, it's going to be defined by intelligence and adaptability. The factories that we are building today are not just producing cars anymore. They're learning from every single vehicle. They're improving with every single cycle. And they're becoming smarter over time. And that shift from assembly lines to learning systems is what will ultimately power the next generation of software-defined vehicles. Thank you.
Excellent job, and that's why I chose Ford. My
Yes,
closing for you.
Ford is the best.
Thank you. Well, Sudha, anyone have a question?
I have a question. I used to teach autonomous vehicle topic earlier in Stanford a while back. And so I'm always fascinated and I track the trends on that. So right at the start, it felt like you were alluding to software-defined vehicles, or I was imagining that?
Yeah, so it was really connecting the dots of, how we come to software-defined vehicles, how AI is connecting. It was there, but, not really, SDVs was not the focus. I really wanted to connect the dots between data, learning systems, and how ultimately, SDVs are built. But, I didn't have the time to really dive deep into SDVs, but yeah, that is also one of my very favorite topics.
Yeah, I think you spoke about that at CES, right? You had it.
Yes, yeah, correct, yeah.
Maybe we'll bring you back another time.
Yeah.
Sudha, actually, it remind me of predictive maintenance when I first working on the IoT Day, where we actually look at ways to predict the maintenance schedule for manufacturing place. We actually, one of my customer in one of my startup was a tire maker. So we actually had a device to figure out, a sensor to define, to see when the thread on the tire is low enough that we have to rethread it, and the temperature, and see when the truck need to pull into the place to retire, to swap out a tire. So it's bring back a lot of memory from my time that I met Sudha when we are both in IoT and vehicle. It is fascinating of how IoT has grown, and it's promising to see, how forward actually bring. Of course, I expected to have AI in the manufacturing place.
Yeah.
So,
Roxy.
Sudha, do you have any more?
I
You have
know.
a lot to say about
No, I don't have a lot to say. I have a lot to learn.
No,
So
I say you have a lot to ask, because this is your area. You've been
I know,
been in it for
that's
so
why I'm trying to be like cognizant of time a little bit. I have seen, I try to be very agnostic to, brands and specific companies, but I do visit companies to see what they're doing and stuff. So I remember going to a manufacturing facility for a car company some years back, and how they were using the data to what you're saying. You completed the loop fully, right? What I have seen is from the factory, and it's also siloed, right? What you said, OT will own this and IT will own this. So
Yeah.
this was IT department which had access to the data. They had some tool, and then they will have some productivity issues in the field, and then OT, OT would want to solve that, and IT
Yeah.
would say, we put these sensors and we are looking at this dashboard. So I'm just thinking, when you have this beautiful vision that we are shifting away from process optimization, which is deterministic, to something that is a lot more AI driven, right? How much of it, you don't need to tell me specifically about Ford, though you have so much knowledge about that. But how much are we really there in terms of, not process optimization, but truly like a AI learning system?
So I would say, yeah, not talking too much about the company that I'm in, but I think there's still a lot of, we have long way to go, because essentially, like I said, there's a lot of legacy systems, even within like legacy OEMs, or even the car companies of today, be it a Rivian or a Tesla. Um, a car is not built with just one unit. It's a culmination of a lot of multiple small units together, and all of these units sometimes are built by so many different other companies. It all comes together, and some of these are siloed, some of these are legacy. So there's a long battle of, getting all of the data together in a one foundational spot, in the right structured way, in order to solve this closed loop feedback vision. So I think some companies are nearly there, and some companies have a very long way to go. But I think everybody is really trying to get to that closed feedback loop vision, where we are in a continuous learning mode with the consumer data, and we can improve in real time.
Thank you. Thank you. Sneha Jadhav just joined us. I don't know how much of Sharmisha's talk you saw, Sneha. Sneha's expertise is digital twins, and she built the first digital twin for Cummins years back. And she's done a talk on digital twins for us a while back. So Sneha, will you pitch in anything?
Yeah,
Because
no, actually, I did get the almost like the tail end of your talk, Sharmishta. Thank you so much. But I do have a question, and specifically from data standpoint, and the feedback loop standpoint. In your experience and in where you are currently, how do you go about, or how is the plan to have all of these AI process optimization across different plants, if you will? One is, how do you collect that information back and consolidate it? And what mechanisms are currently in play for you guys to, be able to consolidate the data back? But also, I don't know whether you are also talking about AI. That's why I said I just got the tail end. But the first question is mainly about how is that data consolidated back? And then the second question is about, if you did talk about AI, is about how do you manage manage the deployment of the AI applications across different plants, and how unique are they? Like, first question is, how unique are they? Is this something that's repeatable across different plants, different areas? And second question is if they are, then how do you manage it?
Okay, so a couple of questions I'll try to answer. So the first thing you said about how do you consolidate the data and put it all together. So consolidation of the data is the biggest challenge. I was talking about it in my talk. So so latency is essentially where the crux of the issue is. Milliseconds matter. You need to define it by the use case. So if it is a use case that needs real-time data, if you need to stream the data, all of that processing needs to happen on the edge. You cannot wait and take all of the data back to the cloud and then process it. So if there is use cases where you need to do real-time decisioning, you process the data, collect the data, do the decisioning on the edge. When you are sending the data all the way to the cloud, that is essentially to train your models. It's essentially to get the models more better. And then you push those refined models all the way back to the edge, and that's how you are deploying it. Your question about, is it consistent across the plants? So sadly, no, and not talking about Ford, just being very general. It's not consistent across plants because there's lots of sometimes data collection and data governance processes that's differentiated across various regions, whether it's Americas or Europe or IMG, and that kind of plays into the data collection as well. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm not able to go into specific use cases at our company. That's kind of holding me.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah, does that answer more or less? Or
Yeah. And then the gaps, I don't want to take too much time, so that if I have questions, if not, we should call
can
Sharmishta
connect.
for a
Yeah,
weekly.
we'll connect.
We can connect you to talk offline.
Yeah.
Okay,
And this is a quick reminder that this kind of like the start of many conversations, right? For our future, Sudha, you have weekly Wednesday. This will be some Chamita session and Sneha, powerhouse talk. That'd be really amazing.
Sure, yeah.
That'll be fun.
That's awesome, guys. It's amazing because we've done this, Roxy. We kind of go on for 24 hours, and then like at like 22 hours, we're like, we're almost going to be done, and then we kind of wake up a whole new conversation and this new energy. Thank you so much, Sharmishta. This is amazing, and thank you, Sneha, for jumping in. I was going to ask Angel to talk next, but if Angel can stay on, I think it might be better if Sneha goes next, because Sneha, thank you so much, Sharmishta. If you can stay on for Sneha's session, that would be great. Sneha is going to keep to 20 minutes because I'm going to stop her after that just for time management. I've never stopped anyone today. Sneha, I've been too nice because it's been so engrossing conversations. But
I totally understand.
3:40, we are going to go from 5 to 5, and we have 2 more speakers after you. So I just want to manage time. But I think this whole topic, what we were talking with automotive and manufacturing and AI and data and all that stuff, and leads to the Edge AI. You came to WeeklyWed and you spoke about Edge AI deployment problems and said, I'm not going to talk about solution. And you promised to come back to IoTDay to talk about Edge AI deployment. So why don't you present now? And then we can do the next two speakers. I'll just shuffle that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's totally fine if someone else was to go, that's okay. But if
No,
you
her topic is Angel Adhikari's topic is about algorithmic trading. So I should have let her go right after Karina, but I just wanted to keep the schedule back on track.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I am going to give an overview of Edge AI
It's fine.
deployment issues also, and then I'll go to the technology stack, and we can talk a little bit about the technologies.
Can you make this full screens with the slide share
Yeah.
right up there? Yes, thank you.
So
No, it's not showing full screen. Yeah, that would make it full screen. Thank you, Snip. It didn't do it for me.
if I do full screen, for some reason the
You cannot see the rest. You cannot see, only we can see it. Okay, that's fine.
no, yeah. Okay. So, hi everyone, I'm Sneha Jadhav, for those who don't know me. And some of you do know me, but it is really an honor. Thank you so much, Sudha and Roxy, for giving this platform to all of these wonderful women. I have been following up on some of the the live stream. I could catch some, but it was really helpful. And thank you for having me, Sudha and Roxy. So just a quick background. I'm Sneha Jadhav. I've been in product for over 10 years now, doing developing products both up and down the stream in the IoT space. So right from the cloud product to the edge product to the edge app. Now I sit somewhere in between where we are orchestrating deploying of the applications to the edge. So one of the things that over the last 10 years that has come up and that I have learned over and over again is the fundamentals of the edge or fundamental of deploying applications remains so core and so true, that don't change. That's still solid, right? That's still there. Where something is needed, where the energy is needed, or where the applications are needed, that's something that has been moving from like, hey, it was in the cloud, now it is in the edge. But the fundamentals are still the same. But what the core of it is basically addressing the problems of where the application is being deployed, right? And that's where all of today now there's so much talk specifically after the NVIDIA GTC, the talk about, hey, now the physical world is where the action is. That's where everything's going to get deployed. And which is true, which is absolutely true. No one wants to haul the data back to the cloud. No one wants to pay for that. No one wants to wait for it. Sharmisha talked about latency. Everything is now bring the solution down to the local where the problem is. Let's talk about then, and my today's talk is going to focus more on the edge deployments, in essence, the problems with edge deployments. What are the concerns? I have also covered a couple of industries, and also then the technology stack and the high-level technology stack that addresses the edge deployments. This is a high-level diagram representing where the application lives and specifically where the inference happens, right? So if you read it from down to the top, right? Down is everything happens on the cloud, right? Like the old world where we had the training on the cloud, the inference on the cloud. Where in a situation where it's called cloud intelligence, all the data would be brought to the cloud. All the processing, data processing, pre-processing, cleaning, everything would happen on the cloud. And then the inference for the specific problem is going to be happening on the cloud too. And then the results are passed down to the edge as required. And then as we go up to up this pyramid, from level 1 to level 2, level 3, level 5, the amount of inferencing goes all towards the edge, or the amount of processing goes towards the edge, right? So we call somewhere from, say, cloud intelligence down to now edge intelligence, right? Everything is on the edge. The data is processed on the edge, and then the data is processed on the edge, and then the inference happens on the edge, right? So in the levels from level 1 to level 3, the training basically happens on the cloud. The application is then containerized or packaged in a way that can be deployed on the edge, and the inference happens on the edge, right? Now, this is when they say that everything happens in the physical world, or where do we deploy applications or edge deployments of the application? This is where most of the talk is, right? Like, hey, we've trained it in the cloud. Now we have to move and deploy. So that's something I know I have a 4 o'clock, so I'm going to quickly move on. So the edge opportunity versus the scaling. So right, we have to be moving the AI from the cloud to a point of action which is less than 10 milliseconds and 100% data privacy. I mean, that's the crux of everyone's vision. If you go across all the applications, all the business cases, all the use cases, everyone says, I want less than 10 milliseconds, sometimes even less, but 100% data privacy. I am not going to compromise on security and privacy. And the problem is that 90% of the enterprises are seeing the edge AI as critical, but only very few move past the POC phase. They do everything. They do go through the whole technology selection, everything. They do the POC, but that's where it gets stuck, right? The success is really not about it isn't about the model itself. It's not about the model. It's more about the infrastructure that is supporting deploying of the model, maintaining of the model, and taking the feedback loop back to training, right? That's where the key lies in. The main deployment and orchestration challenges are, one is the connectivity, of course. Your design, you have to be designing for offline first. All of them, you have to assume that, hey, I may not have connectivity, and that's one of the biggest concerns. Second is fleet management. How do we push a model update to about 5,000 sensors on 4G connection or 5G connection, whatever we have now? But the idea is that how do we manage all of these fleets across the models? The third thing is, how do we make sure that the update, right? Like if that update fails, the device doesn't break. Because the biggest problem is that, hey, there are going to be updates. It's software at the end of the day, right? There are going to be updates, and how do we make sure that the models are updated, but the device does not break, right? Basically, we don't lose the device in the process. The second thing is the data drift and remote observability. I think this is where the models degrade over time, right? Because the physical world changes. Your camera lens gets dirty, the lighting shifts. Basically, the inputs to the model changes, and that's how the model needs to be adapted in order to accommodate for these changes, right? Second is that you cannot see the raw data, right? There is a lot of regulation around GDPR, HIPAA, to make sure that the data privacy is maintained. So one of the biggest things that is coming up is the edge of observability, that is monitoring of the metadata and the confidence scores instead of the raw streams. Like, so we have to be able to work off of the metadata and in order to preserve the security. So I'm going to really quickly go through because I have 10 minutes. I'm going to really go through the industries, different industries and the concerns that they have. Okay, so the first one is the healthcare and automotive. Again, it has got to do with the navigating of the black box problem. The clinical AI must be explainable and auditable. Anything should be, when it comes to healthcare, we have the outcome has to explain the process, and it has to be auditable. That's one of the biggest problems. Second is the automotive part is the safety critical edge, that AI cannot drain the EV battery or lag during the hazard detection event, right? There are some, when it comes to industries like healthcare and automotive, there's a huge high regulatory hurdles. And do not have any tolerance for any errors here. So that's one of the major points for healthcare and automotive. Then there's the security aspect of it, right? The security, I think we all mention and we all like to talk about security, but when we really sit down and look at the nitty-gritty of what it takes to make sure that the entire stack, right from the cloud to the comms, to the device, to the model on it, is secure, it is a heavy lift, right? First thing is physical access, right? The edge devices, when it comes to edge AI deployments, they are not in a locked up data center with security, right? It is on the floor. It is available, like it's literally accessible. So it cannot be tampered with, is the first point. Second is the model threat. The model that sits on the edge device is basically the secret sauce for a lot of companies, right? That's something they wouldn't want to share. So the model file is also locally stored, right? So that's the other concern. And then the third, the solution to it is basically having these devices extremely secure with OSs that support root of trust, secured boot, some encrypted file system, so that the model itself or the data itself is secure, right? So how much time do I have? Okay.
You have 6 minutes.
Okay.
But sorry. If you want to pause and take questions, you can, or you have too many slides, Sneha. We have to call you for an hour.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just quickly go to the stack, because we did talk about, hey, what's the solution? What does the technology looks like, right? So this is at a very high level. What I've done is I've kind of stripped away and gotten the most important points in the technology stack, right from the AI, right, which is trained or which can be trained on the cloud, and then the number 1, 2, and 3 are basically the stack for deployment, right? So you have the hardware device at the bottom. I think it's pretty clear. It could be your cameras, it could be your gateways, whatnot, right? That's where the data source is. That's where the deployment's happening. That's where the model is going to run. On top of it is the OS. OS, like I said, because of the theft issues, we have to make sure that the foundation, that kind of is the foundation, is extremely secure. So you do need to have secured boot. You need to have the TPM security. The provisioning, I think that becomes very critical, is that how quickly can you get the edge device up and running, and without a human, without any, well, I won't say I'm human, but without too many configurations in process. So they call it zero touch provisioning. How do we enable that? The third thing is the runner. What is the thing that runs the model? So basically, it's the packaging. How is the model packaged, right? Sometimes it is in VMs, sometimes they're containers, based on how what the ecosystem supports, or what the requirements for the AI model itself is. They get packaged in a certain way, and then they need to be deployed using the unified fleet controller, right? And that's where my current company, where I work for, is it plays, right? It basically makes sure, well, it plays across all the entire stack actually now. So we play across the right from 1 to 4 actually. But the crux of it is that you want to be able to deploy your AI models across different facilities and manage them centrally, right? Because there is no shortcut to that, right? Being able to do it all on individually, if you're managing each of them individually, you're not able to maintain versions across it. You're not able to manage, hey, which version is deployed where, right? Because if there's a security incident, you want to be able to quickly roll back to the version that's the most secure, or to stop the version that is not secure, right? All of that is pretty important. So what that brings in forward is the whole fleet controller or fleet manager. And as much as that's played a lot, it's not a solution that is so widely available, which is easily manageable, easily configurable. It's taken for granted, but it is absolutely critical, is how I will put it. And then the fourth layer, of course, is the model itself, right? And across all of this is the security of the model, security of where the device is, how the device is provisioned, how the device is maintained. Eh, so this is what, at a very high level, so you asked for the stack, right? This is at a very high level, the components needed in order to deploy edge AI at the edge, right? I would just put it, this is the core minimum components required to deploy AI at the edge. I have 3 minutes. So I will open up for questions, actually, so that I have more slides, but I can take it over during a weekly web or something.
Yes, I will let someone else ask questions if they have questions. Let me check the live if anybody's asking anything. There's a question in live. Tanuja is saying, what strategies are being implemented to ensure data privacy and regulatory compliance happen in the age of AI?
Data privacy and
yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So basically, regulatory compliance. If you look at regulations across all of these industries, automotive has one. Their specific standard of regulations across automotive, across healthcare, across manufacturing. You mentioned it, and they have very detailed requirements. The security is, and also the security is at multiple levels. There's the security of the cloud, the security of the device, security of the model, and then also the security of the communications between the cloud and the device. Each of them have different layers. One of the biggest things, so like I said, the first thing is that you have to harden the device itself. The device itself has to be secure, immutable OS, tamper-proof, completely tamper-proof device. Then the model that sits on it has to, so there are model security solutions that basically ensure the security of the model itself. Then there is the security of the communication between the cloud and the edge, right? How secure is that? How is the security for that maintained? So just to answer the question, there is security across different layers, and there's different levels of security based on the industry, and there are actually standards for it. If you look up standards for security or for data security or security of the AI models or edge in manufacturing versus healthcare, you will find actual regulatory requirements.
That's awesome. Thank you, Sneha, and you promptly finished by 4. I think Angel is going next, and
Thank you.
Swap her. Thank you so much, and again, like a lot of questions and more possibilities. So we will find a way to continue our conversation. Thank you so much, Neha. I'm trying to look for Angel so I can give her the spotlight. Okay. Thank you, Angel. Thank you so much for coming in, and I believe you have to rush to a course exam of some kind. So take it away.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, I'm so sorry if the speaker before me had to rush. But again, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. My name is Angel, and I'm going to, my topic is algorithmic trading. So let's start with a simple statistic, 60 to 75%. So that is the share of all stock trades on US exchanges today that are placed by a computer, with no human pulling a trigger, not a single person watching the Bloomberg terminal and deciding to act. It is essentially a machine that reads the data, runs the model, and then sends the order in the time that it takes you to blink. We call this algorithmic trading. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to show you how it works, why it dominates modern finance, and why it matters, even if you don't plan to write an algorithmic trade ever. So what exactly is algorithmic trading? At its simplest, it is the use of computer programs to buy and sell financial instruments automatically, based on predefined rules or models. So no human emotion is in the loop, there's no hesitation, no greed, and no panic. But here's the thing, algorithmic trading is not just one thing. It is an umbrella term that covers a range of strategies and technologies. So on one end, you have a relatively straightforward rule. So it would go something like buy this stock when its 50-day moving average crosses above its 200-day moving average, and then sell when it crosses back. That is a very simple algorithm, right? But on the other end, you have hedge funds that run machine learning models across thousands of instruments simultaneously. They consume satellite imagery, shipping data, and social media sentiment, and make thousands of decisions in a second. Both are algorithmic trading, but the sophistication varies enormously. So, what they have in common, what they share, is that the decision to trade is essentially made by a machine and not by a human. So, how does this work? So every algorithmic trading system, from the simplest to the most complex, it runs through 5 stages. So think of it as a loop, but it essentially just repeats thousands of times in a day. So the first stage is data ingestion. The system consumes a constant stream of data. So markets, prices, order books, trading volumes, economic data releases. But modern systems go much farther. They pull in satellite images of even retailer parking lots to gauge foot traffic before earnings. So they read shipping manifests, they scrape social media sentiment, they watch everything. Then this data is cleaned, normalized, and time stamped often to the microsecond before the algorithm even sees it. For stage two, we have signal generation, right? So the algorithm looks for a signal, a pattern in the data that would predict a profitable trade. This might come from a statistical model, a machine learning system, or a hard coded rule. When the signal fires, it becomes a trade idea. Coming down to stage three, we have risk and compliance checks. So before a single order goes out, the system runs automated guardrails. So is this trade within our position limits? Does it breach sector exposure caps? Would it trigger a regulatory flag? Is this also a kill switch? So a kill switch is essentially a mechanism that can halt all trading instantly if something looks wrong. And these checks happen all in milliseconds. The stage four, we have order execution. So the trade idea becomes a real order, but it's not about just clicking buy, but it's about smart order routing, technology that decides where to send the order to a public exchange, to a private dark pool, or split across both, and how to do it without moving the market against itself. And for our fifth stage, we have a post trade analysis. So after execution, the system measures what exactly happened. Did we get the price we expected? What was the slippage? These results, they feed back into improving the model. So in that way, it is a continuous loop. So now let's talk about what these algorithms actually do. There are 5 main strategy types you need to know about. The first one is high frequency trading. So this is the one that essentially gets all the headlines. So holding periods that are measured in milliseconds, firms pay millions to co-locate their servers physically inside exchange data centers just to shave microseconds off their latency. So the individual profits per trade are razor thin, but at enormous volumes, it adds up to billions. So firms like Citadel Securities and Virtu Financial are the big names in this area. Then we have statistical arbitrage. So two assets that historically move together, say the share prices of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they sometimes diverge. Statistical arbitrage algorithms spot the divergence and bet that the relationships will revert again. Holding periods here are minutes, minutes to days, not milliseconds. So the trend following is buy what has been going up. That's the other strategy. So it essentially buys what has been going up, short what has been going down. It sounds simple, and it is, but applied systematically across hundreds of markets simultaneously. So it is the core strategy of some of the world's largest quant hedge funds, including Man AHL and Two Sigma. Another strategy is market making. So the algorithm continuously quotes both a buy price and a sell price, so earning the spread between them. By doing this thousands of times a second, market makers provide the liquidity that lets the rest of us trade efficiently. So most of the liquidity on major exchanges today comes from these algorithms. Then we have execution algorithms, right? These are not about predicting direction at all. So imagine a pension fund needs to buy $500 million worth of a single stock. If it dumps all of that order in all at once, it will crush the price against itself. So the time weighted average price and the volume weighted average price, slice that order into smaller pieces and spread it across trading to minimize the market impact. Now, a quick word on the technology because it is genuinely quite staggering. So for high frequency trading, speed is everything, right? Firms will use custom hardware, field programmable gate arrays, or FPGAs, chips that process data faster than any general process CPU. They build dedicated fiber routes and microwave towers between financial centers, optimized purely for distance and not necessarily bandwidth. So the arms race is very extreme. When a firm saves 5 microseconds on their order submission, that is a genuine competitive advantage. There are firms that are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to shave just a fraction of a millisecond. For longer horizon quant funds, the technology looks slightly different. Python, machine learning pipelines, cloud computing, and vast data warehouses, it's less about raw speed, more about the quality and the breadth of the models. So, why has this taken over? Because it genuinely delivers a lot of advantages for markets and for investors, right? Speed and scale. No human can scan thousands of instruments simultaneously and react in nanoseconds. Algorithms can do that. It's emotionless execution, so the model runs as designed whether markets are calm or in free fall. There's no panic, there's no second guessing, and there's no greed. So the consistency here has a very real value to the companies, and it allows for better prices for ordinary investors. So this is the one that surprises people because market makers compete fiercely to provide liquidity, and they bid ask spreads that have collapsed over the past 30 years. The average retail investor today gets a meaningfully better execution price than they would have in 1995. Algorithmic trading is a major reason for that. There's rigorous backtesting. Strategies can be tested on years of historical data before a single real dollar is at risk. So that discipline is genuinely useful for companies. But this is not but it's not just all upsides. Algorithmic trading carries real risks, and some of them are quite systemic. So one of them is crashes. On May 6, 2010, this is an example. Uh, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped nearly 1,000 points in a matter of minutes and then recovered almost all of it within half an hour. It became known as the flash crash. The cause was that interacting algorithms that amplified each other's cell signals into a feedback loop that no individual firm actually intended. So, individual stocks have since experienced their own mini flash crashes. And in October 2016, it happened to the British currency, the pound, uh, not just a stock, right? So, another downside of algorithmic trading is overfitting. A strategy can look brilliant in backtesting, but it can fail in the real world. So, if you tune a model too carefully to historical data, it learns the noise as well as the signal. So, when conditions change, it falls apart. This is called overfitting, and it is one of the most common causes of quant fund blowups today. And there's also the arms race problem, right? The speed race is extraordinarily expensive. Not only the best capitalized firms can compete at the highest frequencies, and this raises legitimate questions. Are markets tilted in favor of firms with the deepest pockets? And there's a systemic risk to this. When many firms run similar models that are trained on similar data, they can become correlated in ways that no one really planned. So, in a stress event, they all hit their risk limits and sell simultaneously. The herding behavior can amplify volatility across the whole market, when no individual firm really did anything wrong, but that the collective effect is very destabilizing. So, where does this leave us? Algorithmic trading has made markets faster, cheaper, and in many ways more efficient. It has lowered costs for ordinary investors and created entirely new ways of generating returns. The best practitioners, Renaissance Technologies, Two Sigma, DE Shaw, they have built some of the most remarkable investment records in history using these methods. But it has also introduced new kinds of fragility, flash crashes, herding behavior, a technology arms race that favors incumbents. And regulators around the world are still playing catch up to this. The direction of travel is clear, machine learning is making models more adaptive, and alternative data is opening new edges, and crypto markets now are dominated by algorithms. The human discretionary trader is not extinct yet, but their habitat is shrinking. I want to leave you with one question to sit with. As more and more capital is managed by machines trained on the same historical data, making similar decisions in similar ways, does the market become more efficient or does it become more brittle? I do not think anyone has a confident answer to that yet. And that uncertainty is probably the most important thing that we can take away from this conversation. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Angel? She has 1 minute and then she's going to go take a quiz. That is motivation. That's a true taking up space and not giving me an excuse that you can't do this.
Yes.
It's awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. I did not know that number 60% of the trades were done in US from algorithmic trading, and there were so many varieties. I learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
We'll let you go. Good luck with your quiz. She's studying in Menlo College and she has a quiz. And she was nominated by her professor. Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Angel. I think we should switch to our last but one, the penultimate speaker, because Roxy is going to close after this. I have already made Angela a co-host. Angela, you ready? Where is Angela Kim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now. Yes. Yes,
Hi,
thank you.
everyone. Thank you. Hi, Sudha. How are you?
Good, good. Good
Good
morning. This is our
morning.
speaker from Australia.
Australia.
And given our time zone, we struggle with bringing speakers from Asia. And we had a Philippine speaker start at 5 yesterday evening, which was 9 a.m. IoT Day. And then now it's like the April 10th for you. So I'm so glad you're able to join us. That's fantastic.
Thank you so much. Sudha, there's a bit of a time delay. I'm wondering, do you want me to have a simplified version, cut down the timeline, or how flexible are you?
What do you mean?
Give her the full time. We
Is
want
it
to
okay?
We
Yeah.
want to hear you. We want to hear you. Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to do one justice to the intro, right? That
Sure.
I'm trying to see whether I can read her intro. Sorry, I'm flipping screens. So the bio, in her own words, is head of data analytics and AI at AI Australia, enterprise strategy, advanced analytics, AI-driven transformation. A lot, and this goes with this evening's segment's theme, right? Leveraging data to drive customer-centric innovation and operational excellence. But also the word that caught me in her bio is responsible AI adoption. And Angela is also a champion of diversity in tech and supports emerging talent across APAC AI ecosystem. I've crossed path with Angela. I don't even remember when. It feels like a long, long time. And I know she heads AI in Women in AI Australia. And then so I'm working on a new book called Large Language Models for LLM, Large Language Model for Linguists. And my publisher actually said, oh, we could include your book in the Women in AI series, but I have to get the permission of the editor who's managing that series. I was like, okay, and there's a Women in AI person, I don't know. And then she connected me with Angela, and we were like, you and no, we've been connected, been wanting to work together. So there's so many dimensions of work that you do that amazes me. I don't know how you clone yourself, but I'm happy to meet one of the clones today. So you're going to talk about AI for her. What does that mean? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sudha, for kind words. Likewise. I feel very humbled that you are coming from you, because I feel like minuscule, compared to all the amazing, inspiring work you and the team is doing. It's so inspiring, but we need to do that. We need to make a movement. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, because everyone's, the reason why I'm so passionate about, the diversity and inclusion, especially women enablement and empowerment in AI technology and data is, when we think about, okay, we want to uplift everyone, let's distribute one apple to, each individuals. It doesn't change, because equality and then equity is a different story. So we really want to make sure that, what we do is really try to bring the really marginalized people and lower socioeconomic area people. And that's why, what I've been doing, and the result is, sensational, because I've been on purposely in the past 5 years focusing, helping the low socioeconomic high school students. They are immigrants, refugee kids, and the parents working from 9 to 9, and they are smart kids. They cook and do everything for siblings. They barely have one device per household. And during COVID, after COVID, still they're going same. But they are really smart, and it takes only 2 AI camp to support them. Fast forward 3 years after the university entrance exam, the students who never exposed to AI, ML, or coding camp, they all excelled and came first in the state university entrance exam. And her, peer students, females, like girls, 10 girls who attended a small AI camp, they really, they do really well. And then also they champion, and they all enrolled for engineering faculty at the university. It takes only small impact. But the thing is, everyone's, have to work, right? So we are working daytime. How I can do it? I've got only one child, so I treat all the volunteer work, my second child, third child, and etc. And I focus not, volunteering for soup kitchen or local soccer club anymore. I just, focus on female women enablement and First Nations, the project, and low socioeconomic area high school students project. And I hope after a few years we can make an impact. Why AI for her is important? Her HER, human-centered, ethical, responsible AI. We talk about a lot, but we want to bring all these, things to the policymakers' governance framework. The governance, the people, but also technicians as well. It's a really team sport. We need to bring all these people in one place, so that collectively and collaboratively we have to work together until we can really 100% sure that we are doing the right thing. And AI algorithm doesn't amplify the bias and fairness, and also all these misinterpretation and all these mishaps, right? So we have to be really, really careful. So I'd like to share my screen, if that's okay, Sudha. I can go
sure.
forever.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
see.
So, yes, definitely. You have co-host permission, you can.
Thank
I want to
you.
add one thing, Angela. We had a
Mhm.
discussion. Guadalupe is right here. Maybe you guys can connect separately. Guadalupe Torres presented how there is inequality of women when you search for women engineers, women whatever. The AI does not do it, and it's not the AI has a bias. It's the bias that's coming in from society into all the data. But she presented very, very compelling research on that, and we had a discussion from various different speakers who were there at that point in time. So one of the things we concluded is we each have to do our part. Whatever we do doesn't matter. We can choose to do different things, but we just have to do our part, because we're not going to move the needle if we wait for something big to happen or somebody else to give us permission.
I love that comment. We can't wait for the big wave. We can't think we can jump from 0 to 100%. Everyone take part, a small part, and then we can make the impact and advance together to improve all this the status quo.
Thank you. Okay, you can continue, Ali.
Thank you so much. So, hi everyone. My name is Angela Kim. I serve women-enabled and empowerment community, and I do a lot of different the project, and not because I'm better than other people. It's just I had opportunity. That's why it's very important for me to engage with AI for her, human-centered, ethical, responsible AI. By profession, I'm data scientist, data engineer. But in the past, 5 to 8 years, I really focus on how, as a technician, ML engineer, how can I really support and contribute to develop and to really serve the AI to help the citizens and communities and customers and business. And that's why I'm so passionate about this. So let's kickstart. So why AI for her, human-centered, ethical, responsible AI matters? Because all these amazing speakers mentioned prior to this session really resonates. One common the sentiment is AI is human needs to augment AI intelligence. AI itself cannot operate as it's expected because it carries risk of bias and exclusions and inequality. And system the human generates, sometimes we knowingly and unknowingly we embed the bias, and that's really impacting marginalized quarter people, especially women and First Nations community and underserved community as well. So that's why it's so important, and we can't emphasize more about why we need to really make sure that AI can be served in trust and safety, and also meeting the legal compliance. And not only it's taking the brand reputation and market access, but it is the right thing to do, and it is only fair thing to do. So that's why we want to really embed more guardrails and legal the framework, so that when algorithm is being served, right? And we want to make sure that people take it really legally high risk the management. And it's not surprising that we all know that almost 80% of AI systems show the bias, right? And when it's tested about the gender and the racial bias in decision making, there are so many use cases around us. And also more than 60% of women are impacted and affected by the report from the bias in AI systems, and almost $12 billion annual impact from the bias contributed. So what that means for how can we do it better, right? And what are the different areas we can focus to really improve the current status and try to deliver better AI outcome that's fairer and that's transparent, and we have clear accountability and the privacy protected, and it's inclusive. It doesn't left out marginalized quarter people community, and accessibility is very important because we want to democratize AI. We don't want to AI the opportunity left out, the economy or countries that they are less enabled. So you can see that AI is augmenting the humans, and to really deliver that what's intended, we need to really look at these 6 areas, really really critical assessment. And I'd like to take you to what are the different layers that we can focus on. By the way, if attendees, if you want to access this PowerPoint slide that I'm walking through today, you can ask, and it can be shared to the asked attendees. It's I can share it. So AI governance framework layers. So this slide really talks about the framework around how can we put the guardrails in the right way, so that we can really govern the AI process and provide the framework and policy, so that we can really try to bring AI really managed and ways, so that we can ensure that responsible AI can be developed and deployed. The first layer is a policy layer. So you can see that there are many AI ethics principles, right? And the regulatory alignment, because nowadays everyone's talking about all the business. They are really aware of privacy and discrimination laws, and it is compliance frameworks and legal standards. And a lot of countries are really proposing and announcing national AI strategy and AI safety report as well. So far, still it is not 100% mandatory, right? So I think the movement is going, how can we make it legal so that it can be treated as a more stringent, more like, really, strict, the regulatory requirement. But we are going in the right direction, so that's a positive sign. So the second layer is process layer that really falls into data scientists and engineers' work, right? So a lot of business, I can see that around me, and I'm in the process of, doing AI impact assessment improvement of the next upgraded version as well. So AIA is very important, and model risk management. It is really tied into all this AI, ML, Gen AI, all these agentic AI processes and algorithms as well, because we are embedding all these approval workflows, and then human reviewed and assisted the process. It's automated, but not fully automated, so that all these different stages monitored by human. So we call it augmented intelligence, right? So AI is doing what it's intended to do. The continuous monitoring process is so important, and it's happening as we speak. The last component is people layer. As we all know that, even though we put the right process and right, guardrails, but actually humans activating it, humans in the loop. So which means we need to bring AI ethics board and review committee and cross-functional stakeholders and regular, not just one-off and forgotten exercise. It has to be regular, ongoing the meetings and the activities. We're bringing legal, risk, tech, business, all operational teams together so that we can ensure that what we are doing using with the AI model, ML models, are serving the intended purpose for our customers and business. So let's have a look at more in details about the governance practical components. There are 3 key areas. So AI use case risk classification is very important, as we normally classify the risk, different risk, the status. So we can really put in low, like green, and medium, like orange, and high risk, red. So you can really flag it from the all individual, the model process and AI use cases, so that we can really have a more differentiated the review process, whether it's credit scoring or hiring AI and healthcare AI, have a different different the nature of the risk, because we cannot really misstep, because for especially healthcare issues, right, you can't really make even 0.01 mistake, because it's to do with the human's well-being. And AI impact assessment is, I mentioned earlier, 2 slides before. So that is really embedded into the model development process, which is good. So you need to really assess it regularly. And again, really categorizing different biases and reviewing and, looking at all different areas around, does this AI model harm any potential? And also data sensitivity, very, very important, because it's good that, because a lot of now tools are available that will really uplift sophisticated tools, really provide really data quality and lineage and all this management, almost automated by default. But the thing is, you need to make sure that every approval stage and reviewing stage is human reviewed, so that we can make sure that everything is served as intended and planned. And also explainability is very important, because again, not everyone's data scientists and engineers, right? So you want to make sure that all these different team in the business who's working together for the project can understand and have a clear understanding of the impact and the consequences as well. So last component is model lifecycle governance. This is very, very important, especially for technical people. So during the process of model lifecycle, designing and building and validating and deploying and monitoring, this is all iterated continuously, conducted life cycle, that you want to make sure that every stage of the model development is thoroughly reviewed by responsible and ethical and human-centered. All these elements, lenses are overlaid so that we are doing what it's supposed to do. So I'd like to share some key insights about in governance in delivery. So traditional approaches really governance is treated as like compliance activities, right? But really, the most effective, AI governance, really integrates with all these development workflows and creating automated checkpoints and documentation, but also overlaying human reviewing process, and it's proven. So as I mentioned, there are so many tools available, and it's really offered. But the practice and the culture and the how you are doing the best practice is a different story. So there are gated checkpoints in continuous integration and continuous development. So a lot of ML engineers, and they talk about the CI/CD. So that helps automating the process and increasing the productivity. That really gives you opportunity to review about the human-centered, ethical, responsible AI element as well. Because it's automated, that means we need to be more compliant and try to make sure that it is doing what is intended to, and also make sure that you check the automated audit logs and flagged accordingly to the owners, so that if there's any traceability and the model changes, approvals, and decisions are clearly traced, and then so you can know that how the decision is made. That's very important, because business stakeholders, they don't understand full algorithmic the interactions, but you need to be able to clearly explain how the decision is made, so that we can really do the right thing with all these AI and ML models. And cross-functional review is very important. So it involves not just technical development team, but rather the legal, risk, tech, and business, all stakeholders to bring together to approve the workflows. And the model documentation, as all the product is saying, documentation is so important, because comprehensive model cards with bias testing and performance metrics, everything has to be measured and tracked. Because the very famous saying about what measured can be tracked, that applies to AI model deployment as well, because it's so important. If you don't measure it, you can't track it, and then you can't really see which bias is impacting which consequences. As a result, you can't improve the process. So there's no learning from it. So still, we are in the process of continuous learning and continuous development. We call it, learning, test and learn, right? So why that's important in the ML life cycle, I'd like to highlight again about, quickly around the 5 key stages in implementing responsible AI practice. During the machine learning AI lifecycle, from data collection to model monitoring, you can see that data layer, model development, validation, deployment, monitoring, this all come together, because as you can see that from the data layer, very famous saying, right? Garbage in, garbage out, right? The data, as much as people talk about ML and AI, the data is very foundational, the layer that really deciding how the AI model will be successful and impactful. But also it really shows that the data sets, right, and is representing the sampling and data lineage, auditability, everything has to come together, so that we can ensure the right data has been used with the right representation and without bias, and it can be traceable as well. So next stage is model development. Now, when you develop the model, the good thing is there are so many fairness, the algorithms, the process available before the feature selection, and it's embedded, which is good, so that you can see that how the algorithm is fair, and also when you select the features, right, you can see that and you can explain to the business people how the particular features are selected enough to develop this particular model. And also model interpretability is so important. There's a sharp and line the process is embedded as well, so you can actually have a more transparent view, and you can explain to your business stakeholders. Validation, bias testing across demographics and performance versus fairness trade-off, and all this stress testing is very important, and it's available as well, so that you have to do due diligence before deploying the AI and ML model. When you're deploying it, I can't stress enough human in the loop decisioning, right? So human augmented intelligence, humans reviewing, and they really try to see that, the explainability of the interfaces and the model documentation, model cards are really thoroughly, documented, and it's available, because sometimes, you have to change the teams and change the person who's leading it. So your documentation is so important to trace what's been actually how the decision is being made, and if it's fair or is there's any bias detected. The last stage is monitoring. Again, drift detection from data and model itself, and bias reevaluation over time, incident management. These are all very, very important processes if you want to deliver and deploy the AI model that is serving everyone in a really the ethical manner. So I'd like to touch on around, what tech stacks available in engineering to deliver responsible AI. Luckily, there are so many different, all, by default and really open source and readily available, the features and tools available, which is really handy, right? So Azure, AWS, and they all have, responsible AI toolkits, which is available. And also model registry and all the logs are embedded by default as well. So which is part of the model development process. And ML ops principles, Databricks and Snowflake, all these guys are offering the best practice and continuous working to improve the transparency and the bias, the assessment, all this process embedded as well. And also governance and compliance tools available. There are some open source available, there are some really smart tools available. So really you need to really build the responsible AI. It's really requires right tools and governance frameworks and monitoring systems. And the most important thing is, right, again, it is not just, a single one person sports, it's a really team sports to deliver the, really responsible human-centered ethical AI, the, algorithms and product to really serve the business and customers, because we all know that one person can't do everything. It's all connected exercise, which means if even like reviewing the tools, right, you can't rely on some particular teams by themselves can make a decision, because nowadays there are so many tools available, and senior decision makers sometimes they don't have time and they're not well equipped to make the right decision. That's why you need to bring the right people to really curate and orchestrate to make sure that the tools we are using is complementing each other and not conflicting each other, and also it's doing the right thing, and we don't want to overburden with many different tools as well. So key insights here is really responsible AI is it's not it's an engineering discipline, but not just policy, right? It's a really collaborative efforts, right? So technical implementation really requires, all this detecting, biases and really showing the transparency and explainability, and also continuous monitoring is very important through the model life cycle. You can emphasize more. So I'd like to just highlight, a few use cases, right? So what are the real use cases, right? Human-centered ethical responsible AI in action. So as you can see, the healthcare, aged care, very vulnerable and very sensitive the industry. And to really offer the bias-aware patient risk models, you need to have a more stringent the model assessment and model building, because the patient risk impacted by the outcome of the delivery of the model is too high. That's why you have to bring really diverse patient populations, because the model is serving, fairly for one particular segment, a quarter of people, doesn't apply to everyone. So you can't do that, right? So that's why the delivering really diverse patient population distribution of data is so important, because you can improve a lot of good outcomes through thorough assessment and bringing the right data from the beginning. Again, the financial services is a very important area. Credit scoring model is not as critical as a healthcare use case, but again, this is the decision made to the, for example, very famous use case around the credit card scoring application from one household, combined income, husband and wife, but always wife gets lower the credit rating, because the model is inherently biased. So fair credit scoring is very important, and you need to eliminate and remove the bias and discriminating patterns. And also now everyone knows about it, gender, people are always first check in the credit card scoring process. So we need to really make sure that before mishap happens, right, we need to really make sure that we can be developed and embedded from the beginning, and it's meeting the regulatory compliance as well. And often the most important famous case is marketing, right? So ethical recommendation systems. So marketing and hiring, the same. A lot of recommender systems are actually giving automated decision, who to serve, who to give the opportunity and product and service, and then even job opportunity. So it is very critical, not as critical as healthcare, but it is critical because it's really really removing opportunity to it's really almost like closely related to human rights as well. So built ethical recommendation system is very important because you have to protect privacy of the data of the people. PII treatment is so important, and consent, of course, before the marketing, all this, the basic consent, and also more further, really more stringent, personalized content, the recommendation is very important because you are really, talking about, data privacy and all these important elements as well. So as you can see that, I can't highlight more about it is a team sport. Building AI that works for everyone is everyone's business. And we really need to highlight and voice and continuously bring more people and awareness and try to share the knowledge and experience, because the future of AI is not just for intelligence. It must be ethical and inclusive and human-centered by design. So really, we need to start small, like a small, pilot, and then really make sure that from the universities, the curriculum, you need to really highlight, getting higher accuracy model is very important. But what's more important is bringing the right, responsible, ethical, human-centered model from the beginning. And so you start small with a small use case and test and validate, and then build the governance and engineering together. So really integrating, governance framework and policy making into delivery of ML model, and also really checking continuously after deployment, iterated approach. And the last but not more, it's really important, upskilling teams, because the AI and technical skills advancement is going so fast. Even very fluent and tech literate people, they feel like, there's so much to take on. So imagine if you're not technical people, then it's really, overwhelming, right? So what you learn from university doesn't apply anymore, these days, because upskilling team is very important. And you need to make sure that, you're not replacing your team members because their skill is outdated. Rather, their business insights are very important. So you have to think about how to upskill existing team members, but also how to bring maybe new experts so that they can share and shadow and learning together. And not just training data scientists, but all stakeholders in responsible AI is very, very important. So I'd like to finish here and stop sharing. And I'd like to, please reach out to me if there are any questions, but I hope this small the insight sharing today is helpful to the audience. And please let me know if you have any comment or questions, and you can reach out to me via LinkedIn as well. So over to you, Sudha. I think I talked too much.
No, it was so succinct. There's so much. I have a question. You had a whole impact that you measured. How do you measure the impact? Especially for
So
the diversity one in finance models, right?
Sure. So because I most of my careers I worked in the financial institutions, so which means for this impact assessment, luckily there's during the model the deployment and model development process, there's there's separate documentation about impact assessment around how the model is performing based on model card and everything. It's embedded in the process, because when you say impact assessment, you are really thinking about all different feature interaction first, because feature interaction shows how the decision is made. So the
Yeah.
key element of the impact is to reach that decision making. For example, credit scoring, right? If these people are rejected and these people are accepted, how that really come to a conclusion. And also thinking about the worst case scenario as well. If the algorithm is misbehaving or changing a little bit, who are the quarter segment of people? They will be less deserved the treatment. So all these different use cases having an impact. So whether it's in the beginning, for example, maybe underwriting process, and also claims process maybe, and credit scoring acceptance process, all these different use cases have a different impact assessment, thinking about the worst scenarios and when it's best behaved. intended delivered as it is, right? And then looking at how it's being concluded through the data. So looking at all this lineage and the auditability, the logs, and try to see that if it is behaved as it is. So as I mentioned at the second last I think slide about the drift assessment, right? That's very important to make sure the data is not drifted and model is not drifted, meaning once you deploy the data you used to train the model, and also the model you delivered, are they doing what it's intended to do? Is there any changes, shift happening?
Yeah.
So monitoring that is so important, because it really swaying the decision making, right? And so that means there's particular cohort of people will be mistreated, and that's what you need to prevent. And depending on the use case, it can be really severe risk and versus medium risk and low risk. But we don't want to result in any risk, and that's what we need to do to deliver human-centered, ethical, responsible AI.
Yeah. I've heard of IBM has this Fairness 360. Is that something that you guys use?
Exactly. That's really good too. So as I mentioned, there are so many tools available. And then depending on the business, you are using, whether it's Microsoft, shop, or it's an AWS shop, it's Databricks or Snowflake, all different shops. They do have a lot of open source and readily available. And IBM, the tool you mentioned, is quite outstanding as well. So that's right. There are so many tools available. So you need to make sure that you are using the right tool. But again, even though that's a great tool, if you don't embed that into practice, then it's not very useful, right? To maximize the value of it, the cultural the changing is very important. So that's why you need to bring the awareness to everyone, not just technical team.
Yeah. So Karina here, she's here in the Zoom room. I think you were not here when she presented. Karina Huapaya. She actually works on in finance models, and she's PhD. She's from Peru, and she did a session on AI in finance decision making. Maybe you guys can connect offline. It might be a good.
Lovely.
It could be a
That sounds
pleasure, Angela. And yes, I was hearing about your team. Hey, yes, yes, I saw the part of financial services where you said there is a discrimination that was reduced by 25%. So maybe I could like to know more about that. Maybe I can write to you.
Please, I'd love to. So in
Research.
Australia, yes, of course, because Peru is close to my heart as well, because one of the amazing the responsible AI specialist in Australia, he's data officer at University of Sydney. He's originally from Peru.
Oh,
So I'd like to connect
Peruvian.
Jose with you as well. He's amazing. He's brilliant. So he's a specialist. Of course, I'd love to support, but I'd like to connect him with you as well. So thank you. Lovely to meet you, Karina.
Yes, thank you very much, Angela, Sudha, for instance.
Thank you, Sudha. Thank you so much to the team. It's well, I think this kind of event is amazing. And again, thank you so much to Sudha and Roxy and the team for bringing this amazing IoTWoman session 24. I don't know how you do it, but this is really awesome.
Thank you so much, Angela.
So if you can stay on a little bit, Roxy is going to finish up with a totally different topic, which we are all waiting to learn from her.
Sure. Thank
To
you.
that, we was going to take a picture of everyone.
Oh, yes. I think people have been dropping off. So
I know.
those who are here, if you want to come on camera, we can do another round. We did this periodically. We did this through the day because
sure.
Marjorie,
Let's do that.
Marjorie and
Marjorie, if you're okay, and Deepika, if you're okay, you can come on camera. Oh, guys.
they probably
It is trying. Hang on one second. There we go.
Thank you for hanging with us.
No problem. My booty is starting to hurt though, sitting in this chair all day.
I'm standing, and you can't even tell.
Actually,
look at you.
I think it's late for Deepika, so I don't think she. want to come on camera, so it's okay. I'm trying to see how do I get a view. Oh, if I remove the pin, I can get. Sorry. Just
Fix our hair, fix our hair if we want to. It's up to you.
Okay. Say, oh, don't say anything. That's Roxy's advice. Don't say cheese. Okay, awesome. So Rox, your final session, and then you get to wrap up.
Actually, we're supposed to wrap up. So I think I want to dedicate this session for you know, the audience feedback, and I will slide in my talk easily.
No, I
And
think we want to hear, you have this whole, you made like a whole, reach the top in and then you're like, okay, I'm retiring, and then you're back
I
starting
can
a new
share
life. Tell me how, we want to know the secret of that. How do you do that?
the secret. Marjorie can confirm, and we can chat a bit more later. But practically, what I would like to share is a lot happened in my head, as always. And the difficulty is focus and choose one, right? I don't talk a lot. I had many startups, don't have time to talk a lot, right? So when so many ideas came up when I quit my very amazing job with amazing people to take care of my health just 2 years ago, I actually found out I had a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which on top of menopause, hot flashes, I decided to quit, to listen to my body. And what I found out was, I should know a long time ago, but I avoided because I love texts. I stay up 36 hours at a time to work once a quarter when I started my first company in the US. And that, I paid the due for that. And now the second time around, the first time it took me 7 years to get healthy again. Now this time I'm older. I'm gonna turn 55 soon, and I don't mind sharing with people how old I am, because there's a secret of being wholesome you, and that is the framework I want to share with the future people in the future. So today it's just a snippet of what I found out and how I actually reverse my health and being healthy within just 18 months. So first time 7 years, second time 18 months, because as engineer, I figure out what the root cause of the problem. And our body is the most complex, fascinating system in the whole wide world. And I was obsessed when I said, what happened to my liver? Liver is not supposed to be fatty, right? It's actually metabolize our hormone, filter toxin, and regulate sugar. It is the engine that behind every single decision, every single things that our body asks it to do, right? So 2 years ago, when my body decided to fire up from the inside out, I decided to learn more, and I decided to pick up nutrition textbooks, right? And just like Susanna Raj early on, that thing I want to talk about, but I think that's so much more important thing that we want to share with everyone here now than any other time is who's here taking supplements, multivitamins, so much that we're taking in our body. But do you know that the FDA does not have the authority to approve supplement before it come out to the market? And so many of us get bombarded with information that, like many of us talking about, data that is garbage. So garbage in, garbage out. How do you know what to trust? So I'm obsessed of finding ways to giving those that don't have access to the right data source that clean and really true out there. Also, what I have learned is we are all unique. And a solution that somebody gives to somebody else does not work for you You want to talk to your doctor, and when you talk to your doctor, there are nutritionists available to help you. And what you take daily, you should bring to your doctor or your nutritionist, and they will then able to tell you whether or not some drug or some supplement is interact differently to your body than others. Because we're in the women event here, one thing I found out is if you are taking Centron wort supplement and you take a contraceptive medicine, you could get pregnant. Yeah, and there's this site, is actually a very credible site that you can find all those information. It's called Consumer Lab. It's actually show chemical reaction and interaction between drugs. For example, I mentioned earlier on, if you have magnesium and you take aspirin before surgery, you want to look into it a lot more. So there is so much information that's so important. It is so important for us to dig in and understand before we listen to all the media posting about taking turmeric, taking magnesium, and so many other things. But anyway, to me, within 18 months, I actually was able to reverse the condition. And through the test, my biology age is 39. I am turning 54, but biologically age from the blood test is 39. And some people will not believe it, but it's okay. To me, it makes a difference. If you drive in a car and you don't have a way to measure or have a signal to say, okay, red light, oil change, what is the signal you have in your body to tell you something is wrong? I'm listening to my body, and my body was on fire, which was inflamed because my organs, my liver was unhappy, right? So I encouraged everyone to really having a health professional that really care for you and listen to what your body have to say. And best of all, you want to listen to your own gut telling your brain what to do. Your gut is talking to your brain every single second, every single day, right? The guts produce Marjorie can fix me on this if I said it wrong, but practically the gut produces 95% of your body serotonin, right? If not, you can look it up.
I'll have to look that up and get back with you.
Okay. But that one I know from what I learned. It is the neurotransmitter that governing your mood, your sleep, and your emotional resilience. And it is talking to your brain. The question is, are you listening? So now you want to figure out whether or not you're listening to your belly. Your belly, your deepest instinct is talking to you, telling you the truth all along. So to me, there are many ways you can physically work your belly to stay young and to stay strong. So that I'm gonna smile at this because she knows I do a lot of physical exercise and dancing as well. But the nutrition, what you put into your body, your gut, make a whole lot of difference. So you feed your tummy with whole food. I love whole food. I would eat mashed potato with real butter. I don't eat fake stuff. So, and I love kimchi, or not so much sauerkraut. I'm not sure about anyone like sauerkraut, but I would feed my tummy with whole food and good bacteria to fully live, right? So, really, regardless of your age or gender or where you're coming from, the wholesome you, the framework that I want to share in the future, I share with Sudha. I'm not ready, but because we're in the conversation of taking up space, you're supposed to share with people your dream, what you want to do in the future, that part of it. So I'm sharing with you. I'm working on something. And as a software developer and with AI, I don't need an army of developers to build what I want to build. The question is what to build. And I'm passionate about really making the information available to those that not have access to the information in the system. So if you out there building some AI application, think about those people. Think about those that don't have access to computer. They do have social media access, right? They have a phone. So how do you share the information that really have them turn head and say, hey, that actor, actress, movie star is saying this or that. Is this really applicable to me? Should I take multivitamin for women with 50 plus from any brand? There is a website that show you whether or not a manufacturer's or a distributor is approved to give you the supplement that you think you're getting. Do you know creatine for women is super helpful, more so than men? So all those things, Sudha, I'm curious and I want to learn and I want to dig in more before I decide what next. But to close with that today, what I'm saying is the wholesome youth, and I said the fountain of youth, is never a pill or a procedure. It is in your daily decisions that shape how you feel, how you function, and how you fully live. And it is in your belly. It is in your instinct. It is absolutely, completely, and unapologetically yours. So Sudha, what would you do? I'm gonna switch topic right now to thanking everyone for being here with us, taking up space. I changed my career and so many times, and I love starting from the beginning because I am curious about a lot of things. Right now, I want to solve real problem. To me, switching and learning more about nutrition is the immediate need for my body, and I listen to my body with my tech skill and the nutrition knowledge that I'm learning from my school, Bachelor University. I think there's so much opportunities in the
Tell us
healthcare
a little bit
industry.
tell us about your course because you're doing a master's. It's not just
Doing
like
a
my
master,
class.
I'm doing a master degree at Bachelor University. It is called Integrative Nutrition. I picked it because I can bring tech and nutrition together to really figure out how to solve, not health issue, but really helping people in our community that don't have access to nutritional education or health. How we work in the field is different. Nutrition have their role. We never gonna tell you how to cure a disease. Your doctor will. But our job is to share with you what supplement, what you can ask to really uniquely solve and enhance your own body as uniquely yours. So I was so excited because when I heard Marjorie and her daughter, you know, building an AI for really for women, and she is talking about cortisol, is very over. People don't look at the area where human respond to a certain exercise, medicine, supplement. We are all unique, and the best way to stay healthy, to stay strong and live long, is to treat each of us as unique individual.
Awesome. That's awesome. And I think Karina was also not there. And of course, Angela joined in the later part of afternoon segment. Marjorie has been here since morning. She was
Marjorie.
opening.
She's here. Yeah. I wonder
Thank
if
you
you
so
want to
much.
add anything that I'm saying to make sure.
And Marjorie actually did a opening topic on chemistry of taking up space. We said the theme is taking up space, and Marjorie said, I'm going to cover chemistry of taking up space.
Yes,
So we will
yes.
share this recording. For those of you who are here, who have come in and out, and those who are watching on the live stream, we've gone past our 24 hours that we promised, so we have to wrap up.
Yeah.
But if you go to
Let me ask Sudha. Let me since you get a chance, you give us a chance to talk about sound and everything else. And I think because I personally want to hear more about you. There part of taking up space is share something about to happen, right? I know you mentioned you have a book coming out soon, and it's just a very special book, and it have content about accessible to all, linguistic LLM. I want you to share the title of the of your book in your own voice, and also tell us a bit more about that book.
So I'm continuing to teach at LinkedIn Learning. That's where my work on AI courses and stuff goes on. I strive to make like serving my students and listening to them as my direction, right? That is my beacon. And so I feel very good when my students come and ask me for more. And so that kind of guides me to the new things I do. So I was teaching IoT, then I taught autonomous vehicle, then I taught AI at Stanford, then I moved to do that with LinkedIn Learning. But I keep writing books. So previously, I just wrote and self-published on Amazon, and then I worked with another publisher called River Publisher. The one that Angela is involved in is Taylor and Francis, and this is a labor of love. I don't even want to like market that book, right? It just feels so special. Like 3 years back, Susanna Raj and I co-founded Global South in AI as an affinity group, saying all the languages that AI understands are English and English-like Latin-based languages. And we need people from Global South who speak hundreds and thousands of languages to participate and come and present it to the bigger conference where tech industry makes decisions. And so we were still sitting in Silicon Valley thinking about this, and we trained a whole bunch of researchers, put calls out and ran peer review sessions, and got people to present papers from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America. And there was this one sarcastic, understanding sarcasm for Mexican language, right? That was one of the papers. There's a whole bunch of data sets for African languages. And there's a whole bunch that was happening in India that I was not aware of. And so we went in thinking it is a naive exercise of like, hey, everybody's working on this separately. How if we bring them together? It's too big an exercise. But what I got out of it is I met interesting people and different aspects of language, AI, not understanding their culture. So the common theme was that AI does not understand culture. And once the LLM picked up and that became the new version of NLP, I started looking at with that lens. And the way I have been teaching my courses is I like inclusion, and my newsletter on LinkedIn is called Limitless. So the idea is we are not limited. And so I wanted to educate people with whatever I was doing, whether I was teaching IoT or autonomous vehicles or different aspects of AI and AIoT and agent AI, whatever. My thing is to teach everyone so that you can come get a seat at the table to build AI, right? To build IoT, to build tech, right? And it's not just like Angela was saying, there's so many different dimensions of equity and inclusion. I had one other speaker also talk about that. I had a couple speakers today, right? We had a speak about that. And I feel like, and I've done research about the cameras inside the car not recognizing somebody with long hair, or if you cry, or if you wear a headscarf. And so there's so many different dimensions of inclusion that I was doing as research. I was teaching courses to bring people using no code for various people. And then when I found that language AI doesn't understand culture, I stopped and I was like, I thought I was doing good by teaching the business people, the product people, the designers, and I have done so many courses, right? I've done courses for master's program just for UX designers to learn AI. And I just thought, I'm going from one audience to the other so that I bring more and more people to understand technology, and it became more AI and data and IoT. At some point, it was more AI. Then with this, I realized it's not about the engineers, right? And I'm an engineer, right? I'm an engineer turned whatever, because I've done a lot of different things, but I've been in tech industry, right? All along. So I just realized language comes from linguists and people in humanities who are outside of my engineering world, who have their own research, who have knowledge of how we learn as people. So with generative AI, people started saying, oh my God, this is about changing how we learn, changing how we live, changing how we, take care of our health, and so many dimensions of our surviving and thriving as a human species. The talk was like, AI is going to impact that. And so I looked at language and culture, and I said, I can have a point of view of my mother tongue and couple languages that I know, how well AI knows it or not. So the way the tech world is set up is there's LLM models created by some tech companies, and there's some in open source. And then there are data sets everywhere, and companies use some data set and they start adding support. And so I started researching, okay, if we are talking on Zoom, if I want to get a Zoom transcript, I get it in English. If I want to get it in other languages, what other languages are supported? If I do Google Translate, what languages are supported? If I go look at various different tech products, right? And I just started collating. Every time I get to a book, it's always like my research on combined, like just getting research on some spreadsheet, right? And I realized it's just random. It's all over the place. And then I found out there are 7,134 languages in the world, give or take, because that's not 100% said, because some languages are dying and some new languages are born. But there are about 50 odd languages that is supported by technology products. ChatGPT claims to understand 90 languages with different levels of confidence. So it might not be as great in understanding some language which is not English derived. And so, and there's this whole thing of, we don't even need to write a single line of code. It will understand the learning, and then it will understand 200 languages. No language left behind, NLLB model from Meta at that point. And so I was thinking, it is not about how many languages they support. They should support all the language, but nobody is going to sit in any tech company and do this. So there are people from everywhere who should contribute. But we are still very arrogant sitting in technology industry thinking we will solve the problem for linguistics, we will solve the problem for psychology or for philosophy and for everything else, while there's a whole world of people who have existed before us. Like Susanna was saying, art existed from cavemen, right? And psychology and understanding psychology, there are different cultures who have come up with their versions of psychology, right? There's established Western philosophers that we would hear about if you go ask ChatGPT or Google, but it existed, right? And so I just thought, okay, what about the linguists who already know how we learn as a species, how we look at words and understand morphology, and how we understand words and patterns of words? And what if we teach them how AI is being built? Then they can contribute to the data set. So that is the basis of my research, maybe about 5 years from, when I started with the Global South and stuff. So that is the large language model for linguists. So it is 1/3 of the book is literally teaching what is LLM tokenization and how words are understood by AI, not as words, but as data. proximity of data next to each other. Context of understanding is a window that is designed in the model brain, in the transformer architecture. So I tend to do more of my teaching is always like explaining the depth of how technology is built in English. Because I think wherever you come from, even if you don't code, it doesn't matter. You have to understand how things work. Then you can break it, fix it, and find out how it needs to be done better. At least they will listen to you better if you know what you're talking about. So the 1/3 of the book is that. The second half of it is, the third half, I'll tell you. The third half is I went on to design what is culture. How do you say, if, logically, as an engineer, if I say the language has to understand culture, if I give you some example, you will understand, or you can give me examples where it doesn't understand your culture. Everyone can do that. But if I have to teach AI, which understands only math and logic and statistics, how do I break that down? So I kind of went on a research, and I've come up with a framework of different elements of culture across multiple languages that we can use to train AI culture. Then the middle part of it is the whole history lesson from around the world, where I've done about 50 plus languages and looked at, maybe I can show you just the table of content. This book is not yet out. It is, it'll say it's pre-order, but don't worry about it. I'm not here to sell you the book or anything, okay? So this is called Large Language Model for Linguists, Building Culturally Sensitive AI. And so the idea is demystify LLM and cultural context, and the playbook that I built, right, which gives you a guide for linguists in creating data sets and benchmarks that showcase their vocabulary reflecting cultural identity. So that's why this IoT Day talk from Professor Cheribit Chang on Filipino language, how it doesn't understand culture, was one. There are a couple sessions in the Africa segment talking about building data sets for Africa. I mean, there's so much going on in African countries with data sets and benchmarks and models and stuff. So that's the thing. So the first 5 chapters literally are like 6 of them is like literally building, explaining this, right? I'm talking to the linguist, so I'm talking about how AI is built, but it doesn't understand words. It doesn't understand language like language. And you cannot teach it imposter syndrome because it's confident, correct, and incorrect, right? It's correct, but it's not correct, right? That concept that it is stochastic is what I'm saying here. And then the nitty-gritty is how ChatGPT literally behaves like a human is because they take the model and then they do fine-tuning and reinforce learning on top of it to make it behave like a human from the reinforced based human feedback, things like that, right? So that's the thing. Then the beauty for me is I found a whole bunch of groups of people from every possible country who are building data sets, who are working on their language, like Professor Cheribet and others. So I have a section on languages of India because we have a gazillion languages. We ourselves don't know how many languages are there, but we have like 29 official languages and maybe 250 plus language in the country. Then I divided all the different languages to not just like, let's talk about Spanish, let's talk about Brazilian Portuguese, or let's talk about Vietnamese. I just said, is there some common pattern across different languages? So there are some languages which carry complex identities. So the idea is AI is learning from books and literature and digitized material. If that has been impacted by conquest, by colonization, and the attempt to do decolonization, how are you going to teach AI one thing, right? So if you teach Spanish on Duolingo, it's giving me a Mexican version of Spanish. And if I try to go speak that same Spanish in Spain, I can survive because it is Spanish. But then the cultural identity of the Spanish language and how respectful they are and what they will say, like their sarcasm and things like that, is different. And it's not just Mexico, right? If you go to Colombia, if you go to different versions of Spanish. So when I tried to get a keyboard on my iPhone saying I want a Spanish keyboard, Apple says, which Spanish, and gives me 4 options. So that is and then there's a whole bunch of people in Spain who are saying, hey, we don't have data sets which is talking Spanish from Spain. And so there's a bunch of data set and stuff. And then there are languages which history has changed their script. It is one kind of script. I think Vietnamese has that script change that happened with the French, right? So then if you take the old book, then you take the next book, what are you actually going to teach the AI, right? And then there's a whole bunch happening in Africa. That's my biggest chapter, covering various languages and stuff. And then impacted by war. I found it common between Arabic and Korean and Italian. Italian has northern Italian and southern Italian. Southern Italian has an impact of Spanish. So it's very fascinating that between those top and the north and south, they don't understand their language because it came by war and conquest. So same thing with Korea, North Korea, South Korea, and now they're trying to unify that. There's a whole bunch of indigenous languages which are using AI for preserving. And then there's a new set of languages. And the funny thing is when people hear this, they would say, oh, she's talking about Global South. It's against English. But UK English is one of those. So there's a Brit LLM, which is about British English, because English with American English, with all our beliefs and attitudes or whatever from, and even like financial rules and stuff from our data set won't work for London, will not work for UK. And we had a speaker from Edinburgh. She didn't say I'm from UK. She said I'm from Edinburgh. So within that, they will have dialects and cultural differences and, gay fan fiction. So those are all like new languages. So that's the thing. And then the gender identity in language is one of those. And, that's the last part. How identity is baked in each of us, but our language, when we talk to AI, should reflect that. So that's what this book. And then I just barely scratched the surface with sign language. And then I realized there are like many, many sign languages of the world. I can't do justice to it. So I've kind of introduced that. And I'm hoping that I will learn ASL for starters. Maybe I'll learn some other sign language, and then, we can do something with that. So thank you for asking me that question.
Thank you so much for sharing this. And I like I mentioned before, accessibility is so important for especially the health industry. A colleague actually were talking about, recording patient voice when they describe symptoms because they can't write.
Yeah.
So without the right language, it could be really hard for people that not able to write and read all over the world. We're not just in the US, right? So
no, even in
it's a
US,
good- even in the US, yes.
even in US, I code switch, right? I came from India. I've been here 30 plus years, but I code switch, right? When I'm talking to my mom, I kind of talk a certain way, and I speak English, right? But I talk a certain way. And then when I'm talking, to somebody in my work form, it's different. And I found that funny, like if you don't code switch and you don't use, especially in US, if you don't use the right choice of words, they can't understand, right? If the person is traveled and interacted and lives in diverse communities, that's a different thing. But the average person is not. And so I used to hear like, oh, you mean, and they will translate it back to the choice of words, right? Or what they would do now is they will raise their voice on you as if you're like stupid and
I
you don't.
understood that very well because English is my second language. When I barely spoke English when I came here. When people don't understand me, I got nervous. I speak more quiet. And the person talking to me speaking louder, that doesn't help anyone because, it's not going to make the conversation beneficial. But anyway, back to your book. When is it going to be out? Do you have a date?
So this is the one Angela Kim has blessed to be included in her Women in AI series. And I believe it should be out according to the site. They are saying
the next 6 months.
right?
Yeah.
So I think I'm done with my part, and it's in post-production, final round of, they do such a thorough job. And Deepika Sarkar, who's here, is my in-house editor. So she's kind of made sure that nothing, and the AI ethics element
Every T is crossed, every I is dotted.
Like every citation, this is like a different level than I've done in any of my books. Every citation, the way, if you say, oh, this paper, we're citing this paper, and this is from a conference proceeding. They come back and they'll ask me like, which conference? When did this conference happen? Because today people generate things, and if they use AI makes things up. So I think the scrutiny is much higher. I do not.
It's
the
important.
line from AI.
Yeah, it is important, Sudha, when I'm talking about finding the right source of data. And are they researching the right slice of the experimentation that they claim they experimenting? So I think all the due diligence for your books will make your book more credible. So
That's right. So Deepika is a very, very active part of it to kind of keep me sane, and estimate right time, and then kind of make sure that we do one round of filtering and adding citations and everything before it goes. So they have posted that it should be out by June, I believe, May or June. Yeah, I think end of May is pre-order and it will ship in June is what they're saying on their site. So I will share when I get closer. But my aspiration is, as I was so at a high level, a linguist or somebody in humanities can learn what is large language models, technology of it, and they can learn about data sets and benchmarks, the tech part of it, right? There's a lot of history and how this ties back to different kind of languages and stuff. Thank you so much, Angela. We really appreciate it. We're just going to wrap.
I think well, Sudha, let us know when it's coming out. And I think we want to talk about the impact result for the
IoT,
event. And also we want to ask maybe one question before anyone leave, because the theme is taking up space. If you took up exactly the space you deserve today, what would you do differently after our event? Share with us on LinkedIn or social media or whatever. But that would be one of the questions that I think will inspire others to do. And
yeah, we can do that. We can post that question out there. Because I do this with you each year, and then we had this being authentic, being soft-spoken but not shy. We had different themes each year, right? I just think this discussion with you about taking up space is not just like raising your hand and sitting on the edge of a table. It's almost inner permission, right? Is what we were talking. And then after hearing Marjorie talk about her session, I am going to need to process that, because I think of myself as an assertive, not shy-paced person, take up space. I think I don't say take up the space that I deserve without apology, the way we're defining, right? So I'm just thinking, in my career, in my work, I take up space. I don't know, like you're talking about, your health and balance and, being authentic to your whole self. I don't think I'm doing justice to that, right? I would say, do I need to do my hair? No, I sit till finish this book. I will.
You've done your things, right? So that we're all unique. And your way of taking up space is what you are doing now, right? The way that Marjorie taking up space, I love. She bringing her daughter with her, and they both taking up space. I'm just so inspired. And I just told my husband, like during my break, I said, I gotta talk to that lady. I need to know how she built, what she put in the AI model, because it's good. Help me speed up my learning process to figure out what next, right? So you can answer that question now, because you are the one audience we have in the Zoom that I can pick on.
Wait, so ask your question one more time.
Okay, let me ask the question one more time. If you took up exactly the space you deserve today, what would you do differently this afternoon?
Not be going to work tomorrow as a CNA.
And you're in a live stream, right, Marjorie?
Yes, I do know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the things.
That's why it's a joke. I honestly, that was totally a joke. I love my residents.
Okay? So that was a good joke.
I honestly love my residents, but I feel like the position of being a CNA is under what I have the ability to be able to do, more so because before I moved to Alabama, I was doing PCR testing and COVID testing. I have 6 years of wet lab experience in biochemistry and molecular biology labs. And I find myself that while it's noble and humble and humbling to be caring for other people and being I like to say CNA stands for Cinderella's Not Appreciated. That's another joke, honestly. But it's kind of true though, because they're the ones that get the most pressure, as far as the most pressure and least leeway, if that makes sense, because they tend to be the most expendable. And I don't really feel like I should be expendable, if that makes sense. And so that's why I think that if I was taking up exactly the amount of space that I feel like I deserve or should be, it would definitely be doing something in AI or something that is in teaching others the chemistry of leadership and how your words and your actions, when people are like, oh, I'm blunt and I don't care what anybody thinks. No, that's just an excuse to be mean, because when you care about how your message is received, you take caution in how it is perceived. And so that's just kind of that would be my answer. And I apologize, my light is going out, but my generator is not on yet, so I don't have any lighting.
No, you're perfect. I have to say, well, thank you for staying with us and continue to talk and share your answer. One thing is, I think we're all different and unique. For me, when I'm thinking about expendable or not at work, for every single job, I want myself, maybe just a translation in Vietnamese to English. I want myself to be expendable because I put 150% for everything I do. I don't do half-ass thing. Then I train the people so they can get rid of me anytime. I'm very adamant about that because then I have opportunity to do something else.
That's right.
Anytime.
Yeah.
And I always want to be a beginner because unless I learn how to code, they're amazing people that engineer that not ever code. For me, I'm a non-native speaker. I need the basic to excel. When I came to the US, when I go to college, I couldn't speak English. What I do, I learned to type fast. So that one of the training I did first. Secondly, I took a training for speed reading. Those are the two tools I use to get good and go past college very fast. I took 20 credits to go speed. So when Sudha talking about AI and things like that, I'd be the first that use it. And my goal is, what can I do something faster, more efficient with the principle I have in mind, safety first, and all those that you need to do. But if there's a tool, I use it.
Yeah.
No question asked.
So I have to think about, I just posted that question on the live as closing remark. And in our preparation for IoT Day, I know my team will get tired. I know I will get tired. So I've already written up like a draft post. As for follow-up.
Train yourself with the model.
You make yourself obsolete. That's what it is. I've just like done my post. I'll just add a bunch of pictures from today to kind of, be more real about it. So I have to think about it. So I'm going to add that question even to the blog post that I'm making, because my bigger philosophy is like this whole limitless feeling, right? I just think if you internalize that you cannot do something, and Marjorie just took it to a totally different level. If you just say, oh, you can't do it, then you can't do it. So I did not think, about this, like what you're saying about you want to make yourself extensible and stuff, expendable at work and stuff. For me, I just get bored doing the same thing. And I believe that you need to be hungry to do something and enjoy it. So I like to mentor people and then let them kind of grow into that. And then I will move on. So that's how I moved from different topics, even within work. for different orgs and roles. And the same thing, I was teaching IoT, and then I was like, oh, this autonomous vehicle looks like a cool thing, and it's an IoT. What's the problem? Why is it just running and not talking to anyone? And then I was like, okay, now I need to get someone to do IoT. Now I moved to do AE. And so that's how I've kind of, moved around and done different things. It looks like I do a lot of things. I just write, teach, talk, research at a topic or maybe 2 topics at any given time. And then, I love this teaching my learners, and I do it differently, right? I don't want to be boxed into any title made by someone else. So if I'm going to do anything next, I have to come up with a new title for myself. That's my way of thinking about it. But this whole thing of what will you do if you take up space is to give yourself permission. So I would think about this, especially since you reminded us about health. I want to process this and think about this in a holistic way, right? In my career, I take up space. I'm fine. And if I feel like something is missing, I'll go fix it. I don't have a problem, one of the things I have learned after, because I was working in tech industry in eBay as my last job till 2015, 10 years back. One of the things I do is I don't do time management. I listen to myself. Am I feeling good or not good about what I'm doing, right, at a gut level? And if I don't, then I don't like to do it. So there have been people knocking my door or opportunities, to work with them to do things. It doesn't go with my energy, or I'm not going to take that. So now I'm kind of, again, I kind of reinvent myself every few years. So I'm kind of thinking, okay, if I'm doing this LLM for linguist, and that's about languages, which is totally different from autonomous vehicles and IoT, where's my passion, what am I doing? But at a work level, I think I can solve it. I'm just thinking holistically, thinking about your health, thinking about, just hobbies and other things, right? I'm not giving myself enough permission. I'm not taking up that space. As you're telling me, I'm processing, and I'm just thinking, I should be doing some other things, or I should be rearranging some things. And I don't know what that is, but I will figure that out. But that's
You'll
a good
figure it out.
question.
I think one thing important is I'm the extreme, right? So I know there's no balance. If for me, I'm passionate about something, I give it everything. So I have many buddies that have startups. And the hard part is say no. Say no, because I know that I'm passionate about something else that I want to create. And it is a disservice to anyone to get a 20% yes from
Yeah.
me. You got to be
Yeah.
150%. The thing is about health and some other thing that for me it's helpful is what is the 100% or 150% of your 20% that you want to give for health? You can't get 100% out of Sudha that all put in health, right? So you have to, for me, I have health first, family, and education, because education drive everything else, right? And then there's so many pillars in the legs that you can build, and you have to assign what percent you want to put in there at this moment in time. It's not gonna it's gonna change. So give yourself some slack. You are doing great, and you have excellent health, and you're able to run this show and not crash,
I'm actually feeling more energetic now than like couple years back when we were just like going on and we finished up. And I think we've become efficient in some ways, and I'm very grateful for our team. So there's LM who's done all the creatives and the emails and communication. I took care of the nominations and follow-ups and speakers. And then this time I decided I'm going to focus my energy on the speakers, because these are women who are going to be role model for others, and they are bringing new skills and interest and passion. I want to learn from them. So I want to make them feel comfortable. So I just don't want to, because last year we said we'll do multiple other regions, and then there was an amount of chaos around it. And I was like, no, this is disrespectful of people's time if they're going to come and talk. So I put all my energy on speakers, topics. I love that, how you put the different topics and collate it to build the program. It's like building a course for me, with a
Yes,
bunch of speakers. And so that's been very refreshing because I'm learning. And now I have like a lot of follow-ups to do. I also like connecting people. So
yeah.
I did that. I didn't want homework, so I already connected Karina with Angela Kim. But I try to do that, right, with my
Mhm.
students all the time. So I just need to think about, okay, what are the things I do that's energizing? I feel good. At the end of this, we are ready to wrap up. We've gone for
Yes.
more than 24 hours. I just wish we had done more justice to the Africa panel because I could not attend, I could not get anyone from there to come in because of the
That's
time.
the opportunity for next time. So
Yeah.
the thing that we can pause and say thank you to everyone who being part of this amazing program.
Yeah.
I want to thank you, Sudha, for the center of the energy, the fire that you start since the beginning. You brought us all together and you built a community of women that all have different kind of fires that light up the whole state.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for being there and for really got me out of my shell. You know, for me, startup, I don't have time to talk. I just do the work. I
Yeah.
solve problem. But by coming out and talk and meet with everyone, I learn a lot more and connect with so many people. So thanks to your team, like you already listed everyone out.
Yeah. Elam, Symbiote from both of them are from Nigeria. Fatima. And Fatima said, I'm not going to have internet connection. And so let me do a recording and I'll get you the recording. So yesterday in the Asia segment, we put Fatima, we rearranged the schedule and then we put Fatima as number 3 and then she's talking. As we are listening, Fatima says, give me the access code. I'm trying to join and I want to come in. And she came live and then she took questions. So she's motivated, and Elam has set the bar high in my entire creative on how to do things, and the agenda and the creative and communication, the everything that goes out. So I'm very, very grateful.
Yeah, I love the design because remember the first one we did? I did this.
You did? That's better than what I would have
One
done.
that you and I actually did it with the PowerPoint. I was not a graphic designer, but we did it. We make it happen. So now we have professional.
Yes, yes, yes. No AI can do the job LM is doing. I can say that confidently on air.
Yes.
You wanted us to show the impact report, so can I just
Yes.
share?
Why don't you show the impact report and then we can close with that.
That's right. So basically, we have a homepage for IoT Day on Business School of AI. Let me go
Want to share
back.
the screen?
Yes.
Or we can take our picture first.
We should. I have a bunch of her pictures already.
Oh, you
Okay.
do?
Yes.
Just 2 of us?
Let's do it. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to businessschoolofai.com/IoTWomen. That is the homepage. This is where people signed up to get the Zoom link. If you have done the Zoom link, we will also send a follow-up for speakers and deck and everything. And here is your beautiful video that you did, Roxy, from Hawaii.
That was Maui, yeah.
Yeah. And all the other information and the team. Oh, I missed Mala. Mala came in yesterday. So Mala was the lead backup for Fatima, but she ended up opening and running and doing the whole thing. She had a very busy work schedule, but still she managed to come and do it. So thank you, guys. And we have made an impact report and tugged it in here. So which is basically like telling the world what is IoT Day, what have we achieved. I do not want an AI summary of this. Just want to show you the real thing. So this is IoT Day, IoT Women Impact Report. And there's us, and it's 24 women voices in 24 hours, all women speaker on our, I'm not even saying 9th year. And this is last year's 24 women I have in here. And I try to collate the topics we've covered, because it's not just 24 random women, and it's not just like, because they're women, they get an opportunity. They're filtered because they're top of the game. So, and I also see the topics that were covered shows the trend of the industry. So we had, and this is, Fatima helped me pull this report together with our creative brand. So the intelligent enterprise, industry 4.0, digital twins, graph analytics, data-driven digital transformation. Then 2021 was responsible AI. I remember, I think Tejumade came in and said machine learning versus deep learning. Then we spoke about edge intelligence. Think about it, in 2021, we spoke about edge intelligence and security. We full circle back. We have that. We had robotics and AI technologies. And then in 2022, we had AI audit, gender equality, financial inclusion models. Again, I think this is when Caroline Gersman had done that. Then career pivot, UX design, intercultural informational ethics. So we've been touching on ethics a little bit, ethics and morality. Then Gen AI was like the big rave. So that was in 2023. A lot of, how AI and AIoT came together, a bunch of responsible AI. And then 2024 was, this is when I think Gen AI for low resource language and AI in impact assessment for Global South. So that's where I've kind of brewing the whole language idea.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You and I and Raj, Susanna Raj, was at that conference presenting it, right?
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were there that year, right? Last year. And then Global South in AI in NeurIPS. That was our affinity group at NeurIPS conference. Then last year was Enterprise AI, Edge AI, and we had Paulina talk about space law. When I was looking at Artemis 2, and we're tracking that now, I was remembering her. She says that what is space law? What is AI space law? There's no one law that's across countries. It not be tied to countries. Then we had voice agents. I think this was done by Musa from Ghana last year. And then AI impact on technology careers. We had the whole panel with two Mariams last year. So the why we are doing this is we are showcasing all women speakers. We are creating role model for women. And we are the official event of World IoT Day that was started by Rob Van Kranenberg. And all volunteer team, I've shown that. And this is us, right? We started as a live stream of all women speakers, 2 of us, and then for the 4-5 years, recorded content. And, we stuck to the 9 a.m. in multiple time zones. Last year, we created 3 ambassadors. And what I don't have, I'll update it, is we have 700 hours of content and 175 speakers. Not counting this year's sessions. And I don't have the number of how many countries we've covered, but we've tried to keep the diversity of that. So that is this. So hopefully, we'll get people collaborating with us, and we can work on this in on our 10th year in a bigger scale. So that's my aspiration, at least, taking up space. We're going to we're not going to be this volunteer team and scouring and trying to lose sleep only. We have our passion. I'll still do that, but I want to do this right for our 10th year. So that's the plan.
That's perfect. Thank you so much to everyone who been part of this amazing journey. And to this year when we was planning for this, I mentioned to you, right, Sudha, we have 10 year coming up. We're gonna do it live, and we need to figure out how and what gonna happen. Hopefully somebody gonna pick up the torch.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay,
thank
bye.
you. Thank everyone.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So I'm going to stop the live stream. And for people who are here on the live stream, if you go to businessschoolofai.com/IoTWoman, we'll send you follow-ups and stuff. So you just need to fill that form, or it's in the QR code in every possible creative way you've shared. You'll get follow-ups and all this speaker deck and everything. So we'll do our communication. Okay. And you can still watch the live stream and then add some questions, connect with the speakers. So have fun, guys.